Chapter 561. 222 Mysterious Bar, bringing Dean Jian to meet Alien_5. But Gao Yan felt that none had the aura of the person in front of her now. As she was thinking, Bai Lian entered the room with Jiang Fulai carrying 2 books behind her. He was dressed in a soft, casual outfit, yet his usually stern expression hung like frost. "Auntie," Jiang Fulai lifted his head, taking the rare initiative to greet someone. He placed the 2 books on the table, and the unsociable chill about him dissipated. Gao Yan snapped back to reality. She glanced inadvertently at Jiang Fulai, then turned her gaze to Bai Lian, wanting to reach out and pull her hand, but was held back by Su Nanjing, who emotionlessly urged her to be reserved. Gao Yan shot Su Nanjing a glance and had to settle for greeting Bai Lian. "You're Lian, right?" "Auntie, hello." Bai Lian looked up and greeted her sincerely, pretty and well-behaved. This was straight out of a dream. Gao Yan covered her chest. Uncle Lin stepped forward to attend to them. Jiang Fulai then placed the books on the table and pulled out a chair on one side, indicating for Bai Lian to sit down. Uncle Lin, who was about to serve, paused for a long moment upon seeing Jiang Fulai's hand resting on the teapot, then stepped back to become invisible. Su Nanjing sat next to Jiang Fulai, unsurprised by this behavior. In a muted demeanor, Gao Yan watched Jiang Fulai serve tea, then saw him pass the tea to Bai Lian, and couldn't help but think, "So you have these days too?" She took out her phone and sent a message to Gao Shu, her attention briefly on the books Jiang Fulai had set aside. They were 2 music theory books. Everyone knew that young Master Jiang hadn't studied music, but had once taken up Chinese painting for a while, almost scaring a well-known teacher to death. Those books must belong to Bai Lian then. She genuinely liked the guzheng. Gao Yan sighed with relief, resting the black folding fan in the crook of her hand, very familiarly said, Lian, I'm going down to bring someone up. Wait for me for a few minutes." With Bai Lian present, Jiang Fulai and Su Nanjing were made invisible by Gao Yan. Su Nanjing watched Gao Yan and Uncle Lin walk away, utterly impressed. Downstairs, Gao Yan was coming down to receive President Jian. President Jian was a cultural heritage expert and the president of Jiangyin Academy. He barely intersected with the Jiangjing circle, with his only connection being old Master Chen. Gao Yan knew that she was able to invite him only because he respected old Master Chen. "I don't know if he would be willing to take on a student," Gao Yan said to Uncle Lin. "Look at Leng Shuhe, doing so well in the circles now. If he accepts Lian." Bai Lian was from Xiangqing, appeared so well-mannered and had no significant background. Even Gao Si couldn't escape the clutches of the Jiang family, which devoured without a trace. Gao Yan began to worry about her, so if President Jian was willing to take Bai Lian, seeing the delight on Gao Yan's face, Uncle Lin realized that Miss Bai must have a special place in her heart. At least, Su Jini stood no chance. President Jian doesn't lack students. "That was true," sighed Gao Yan. Her gaze caught the elderly man just arriving in the lobby, and she quickly approached him with utmost respect. "President Jian, thank you for making the trip." Gao Yan knew that President Jian was not only a leading figure in the guzheng, but also a distinguished guest of old Master Chen. The two were very close, and even the old master of the Su family would show deference to President Jian. Uncle Lin also bowed respectfully. Meeting Gao Yan for the first time, President Jian greeted her without any sign of inferiority or arrogance. "Madam." Gao Yan led him straight to the private room. Facing such a master of the arts world, Gao Yan felt a little pressure. "It's a junior from my family who really likes the guzheng," she explained to President Jian as she opened the door. President Jian nodded, following Gao Yan inside. Bamboo room. President Jian stepped in and immediately saw the person seated at the table, facing away from him, who claimed to be studying hard at the library according to himself. "Very good." President Jian thought calmly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 562. 223 Bai Lian. Who really is he/him? _1 Director Jian paused at the door. Gao Yan noticed this, and just as she was about to ask a question, Director Jian continued inside as if nothing had happened. The bamboo room was spacious, furnished with places for musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, painting, as well as board games for entertainment. Su Nanjing noticed their entry from the corner of his eye, put down his teacup, stood up and whispered to Bai Lian, "Alien, my mom is introducing you to an elderly gentleman. He has arrived." Bai Lian tilted her head and politely stood up along with Su Nanjing. Gao Yan, leading Director Jian through the screen, entered. She was dressed in a well-tailored cheongsam that highlighted her unique demeanor, with a black jade fan resting elegantly in her palm. Uncle Lin followed behind Director Jian, pulling out the main seat's chair for him. Gao Yan slightly leaned forward to introduce Bai Lian to Director Jian. "Director Jian, this is the junior I mentioned to you." After she finished speaking, she noticed that Director Jian was just standing there quietly, his gaze lightly resting on Bai Lian, expressionless and motionless. Gao Yan felt a momentary pause in her heart, then turned to Bai Lian. "Lian, this is Director Jian." Bai Lian remained silent as well. Do they just not click? Gao Yan clenched her fan, glancing instinctively at Su Nanjing, who was also clueless. Jiang Fulai sat quietly next to Bai Lian, leisurely pouring himself a cup of tea with grace and nonchalance. The sound of tea being poured was the only noise in the otherwise silent private room. The atmosphere grew tense. Gao Yan, looking at Director Jian's expressionless face, started to think she had been too rash and might have just botched things. Bai Lian likely hadn't heard of Director Jian. She put down her fan, and Uncle Lin quickly came over to pour tea for Director Jian, trying to ease the tension. "Miss Bai, this gentleman is Mr. Jian, a master zither player as well." He then said to Director Jian, "Director Jian, this is Miss Bai Lian, a distinguished guest of the Su family." After Uncle Lin spoke, Director Jian coldly took his seat, glancing over. "She is Bai Lian? Who then is that person diligently studying in the library?" Jiang Fulai's hand, lifting a teacup for a sip, paused briefly. "I came out to buy books." Bai Lian nodded slightly to Gao Yan, then with a vague gesture, pointed toward the modern music theory book next to Jiang Fulai. Director Jian, his hand resting on the armrest, looked over. "Don't try to fool me. I've finished viewing the performance you sent me, and they failed to control the intensity of their strumming." Bai Lian spoke calmly. The second bar lacked vigor in its tonality. As soon as the discussion turned to his specialty, Director Jian immediately sat up straight. "That's your impression too, right? Their fingers were all floppy, they couldn't bring out any strength at all." As he spoke, his face lost its earlier master-like depth, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. He appeared quite at ease. His eyes softened, and when the conversation turned to something of interest, his cloudy eyes shone brightly. The two had already commenced a conversation. Gao Yan, after slightly being stunned, realized what was happening and looked at Su Nanjing. These two clearly knew each other. And not only that, they seemed very familiar. Su Nanjing was also quite puzzled, watching them move from one topic to another until he finally asked Bai Lian, "Alien, do you know Director Jian?" Director Jian was someone even Gao Yan couldn't easily invite without leveraging old Master Chen's influence. "Was he someone you could just meet if you wanted to?" "Yes," Bai Lian nodded at him slightly. It was all very nonchalant. How was she able to be so detached? Didn't he see that Director Jian's other two disciples, Lu Jiu and Leng Shuha, were both rising stars helped by Director Jian's support? Su Nanjing. Gao Yan shot him a glance, signaling that he was of no help. She and Su Nanjing took their seats again, not disturbing the conversation between Bai Lian and the director. Their discussion of playing techniques was beyond Gao Yan as an outsider. She just watched Bai Lian. Bai Lian sat in her chair, her back straight, her left hand resting lightly on the table. A posture of proper decorum, yet distinctly relaxed. A composure that even the formally trained heirs of Jiangjing's elite families might not possess. And listening to Bai Lian's comments, Director Jian was able to join in no matter the subject, her few words revealing her cultured background. It permeated her manner of speaking and temperament. If it were another setting and she didn't know Bai Lian, she would certainly think that Bai Lian was from some noble family. Only Gao Yan exhaled, remembering Su Nanjing had said that Bai Lian was from Xiangqing, a place that had not seen much development until it had a huge shift in the last year. After finishing the meal, Bai Lian and Director Jian were still together, chatting absent-mindedly. When you come to Jiangjing next time, pay homage to your ancestor. Director Jian spoke with Bai Lian, referring naturally to Mr. Qinjiu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563. Who exactly is Bai Lian 223? The way these two people chatted with each other, it resembled more the sort of friendship that defies age gaps. A group of people said their goodbyes at the door. Gao Yan looked at Bai Lian and handed over a gift for their first meeting. At first, I thought you didn't vibe with Director Jian. Little did she know, Bai Lian was so familiar with Director Jian. Director Jian was aware of who Gao Yan and Su Nanjing were, and knew they were both very friendly towards Bai Lian, which made his attitude much warmer. He began to explain. I've been looking for her for several days, and she kept saying she was very busy needing to read. She even said this afternoon that she was studying hard in the library, but tonight here she is at your place, Mrs. Gao. I must thank Mrs. Gao because otherwise, she might have continued reading until the start of term. As he said this, Director Jian glanced at Bai Lian. He wanted to say more, but the sight of the tall and handsome Jiang Fulai beside Bai Lian, his light eyes sweeping over them, made Director Jian gloomily board the Su family car that came to pick him up. He bid farewell to them. Jiang Fulai also took out car keys and left with Bai Lian. Once everyone had left, Uncle Lin stared blankly towards Gao Yan. Madam, did Director Jian just say, he's been searching for Miss Bai for several days now? Bai Lian had been brushing him off. Director Jian was always distant when speaking with Gao Yan. He wasn't like those from the noble families. He represented the traditional music school, and also served as the face of domestic traditional music internationally. Chen Lao and others like him held him in the utmost respect. Not to mention Director Jian's students, who wouldn't dare speak his name lightly outside of school. Yet Director Jian's attitude toward Bai Lian was beyond belief. It was truly baffling. No one in Beijing had ever heard of Bai Lian before. Who exactly was Bai Lian? She was close enough to Director Jian to instill fear in the people from Jiangyin. Gao Yan was also confused. And you said Director Jian isn't lacking students. Uncle Lin. Director Jian's communication with Bai Lian was completely as equals. Gao Yan looked down at her own small folding fan, remembering how Bai Lian had looked at it several times, and instructed Uncle Lin. Custom make a folding fan, with a white jade frame. Her folding fan was made of dark jade, but she felt that Bai Lian suited the flawless purity of white jade. Mom! Su Nanjing stood by the roadside with one hand in his pocket, still unable to figure it out. Does Alien play the guzheng really well? But I've never heard of her. Gao Yan glanced at him irritably, slightly disdainful. What use are you? She got into the car, slammed the door shut, and then ordered the driver to start the engine. Su Nanjing was left standing there, opening his mouth to look at Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin frowned at him too. Young master, you don't seem to care much about Miss Bai. The title young master carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Su Nanjing. All right, he was the clown of the entire meal then. On this side, outside the gates of Jiangyin, Madame Song and President Yin stood by Bai Shaoqi's side. Bai Shaoqi was talking with a middle-aged man. This was a performance-level teacher, Teacher Ning, introduced to Bai Shaoqi by Principal Luo. President Yin also took the time to come over and chat with Teacher Ning. As they were talking, a car pulled up to the entrance, its black body bearing a red flag on the left side. Spotting the license plate, President Yin recognized it as one from the Xinjiang district. He immediately stood up straight, looking intently in that direction. This plate was a rare sight in Chang'an district. Many people at the school gates instinctively looked over. The driver got out from the driver's seat and opened the door to the rear seat. It was Director Jian who emerged from the car. Seeing it was Director Jian, Teacher Ning quickly stepped forward to greet him. Director Jian, you've returned. Yes. Director Jian seemed in a good mood and gave a slight nod to Teacher Ning. After thanking the driver, he headed towards the school. Once people walked away, Teacher Ning retracted his gaze. He looked at Bai Shaoqi. To win so many awards at such a young age is quite impressive. Tomorrow, you can come to the practice room to study with the other students. Thank you, teacher. Bai Xiaoqi returned her gaze and thanked him. After speaking with Bai Xiaoqi, Teacher Ning greeted everyone and quickened his pace to catch up with Director Jian. Bai Xiaoqi watched Director Jian's retreating back, and then glanced at the gate tower of Jiangyin. Recalling the car she had just seen, she sensed that President Yin and Teacher Ning held it in great reverence. Uncle Yin, the car that just brought back Director Jian seemed extraordinary. Of course, President Yin was still looking in the direction the car had gone. It's just one of those few prominent families, Director Jian. Which families? Bai Xiaoqi's heart stirred, remembering that the Yin family only lived on the fringes of Jiangjing, a marginalized corporation. Looking up again, President Yin did not continue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564. Who is Bai Lian 223 in the end? _3 It was clear that he wasn't very familiar with these powers either. Bar. At the bar, Sun Chun held a cocktail shaker in her left hand and poured the red liquid inside into a transparent glass full of ice cubes. The spotlights made her face appear hazy and indistinct. Many eyes glanced over her. She pushed the red glass towards Su Wenyao. Young Master Su, drink up and leave soon. This place isn't really suitable for you. Su Wenyao was dressed in a white shirt and black pants. His eyes gentle but with a distinct sense of distance. An elite demeanor. Since he sat down, many women had come up to talk to him, but he had been focused on the text on his phone. Sun Chun swept a glance over it and didn't understand. It was complicated numbers. Similar to Bai Lian's behavior. After all, there aren't many who come to bars to study. You still haven't paid off your debt? Su Wenyao's fingertips rested on the bar. He always felt Sun Chun was a person of contradictions, as if she was like a fish in water at the bar, but through her frivolous surface, he always felt another part of her standing lonesomely at the corner of an iceberg. Because of Bai Lian, the two were somewhat acquainted. Su Wenyao asked her why she was always at the bar, and she said she needed to pay off debts. A regular next to her smiled and passed Sun Chun a few banknotes. You believe in the nonsense of drunkards? Sun Chun reached for a note, casually folded it, then leaned forward and methodically tucked the folded banknote between the first and second buttons of Su Wenyao's shirt. I simply like money, she said. Having said that, she straightened up and turned away from the bar. Su Wenyao watched her receding figure. A familiar owner passed by her and offered her a cigarette. Sun Chun bit it between her lips and the owner hurriedly reached out to light it for her, teasingly asking, Miss Sun Chun, when will you come make drinks in our private room? Sun Chun lazily exhaled a cloud of smoke and slowly looked his way. I'm off tomorrow, she said. She made her way to the break room just as Xiao Wu also returned. I'm exhausted. I'll go see tomorrow if Miss Bai needs anything else. I'll go too. Sun Chun flicked the ash from her cigarette, suddenly remembering. How much do I still owe young Master Mao? Mao Kuan had bought her contract from the manager, and since then she had been with Mao Kun's group, mixing drinks, managing the bar, and occasionally doing some risky tasks for Xiaoqi. If anyone at the bar was out of line, Xiaowu and Mao Kuan would discipline them openly. Now everyone at the bar knew she was under someone's protection, and no one dared to behave improperly towards her. Even the manager was very polite to her. I don't know, sis. Xiaowu scratched the back of his head, looking innocent. I haven't even finished paying off Miss Bai. He had never calculated how much he owed Mao Kuan. The next day, Bai Lian still went to the university library to read. Around 6 in the evening, she left the school gate together with Su Wenyao and Chen Hong. Su Jiyue was coming back today, and Su Wenyao was going to the Su family, having invited Chen Hong for dinner. Bai Lian took a ride with Su Wenyao back to the apartment. Su Wenyao sat in the driver's seat, glancing in the rearview mirror. Are you really not coming today? No. Bai Lian rested her hand on the car window while looking at her mobile phone and spoke to Su Wenyao in a drawn-out voice. I have a friend coming over. Su Wenyao nodded his head. In the passenger seat, Chen Hong was very disappointed to hear that Bai Lian wouldn't join them. The car had just turned from Zier Avenue onto Sally Road. Sally Road was a small street, rather empty unless someone was specifically heading to Shanghai apartment. Chen Hong instantly noticed people fighting about 100 meters away. "Old Su, should we report?" He just started speaking when he saw Su Wenyao hit the brakes hard. In the back seat, Bai Lian also looked up and immediately saw Xiaowu and Sun Chun not far away. She got out of the car. Xiaowu, with his red hair, was pinning a burly man in black down under his foot. Sun Chun wore black shorts, a white tank top, and an overshirt in a tartan pattern, standing with her arms crossed under a tree 3 steps away, watching the fight. Chen Hong, witnessing a fight for the first time, saw Bai Lian approach and quickly unbuckled his seatbelt to follow. "Junior sister, be careful," he called out. As the two walked closer, Xiaowu was bawling, looking up at Bai Lian, crying while saying, "Sis, they hit me." Chen Hong looked down at the 3 big men Xiaowu had beaten to the ground, and then back up at the tear-streaked Xiaowu. He fell into a deep self-doubt. Sun Chun straightened up when she saw Bai Lian, and promptly reported the situation. "Miss Bai, they were looking for me. We were fortunate Mr. Xiaowu was here." She was terse and clear. Bai Lian, with a stack of books in her right hand, glanced at the man in the middle and slowly crouched down. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 565. Who really is Bai Lian 223_4. Indifferently pulling out a book, she then gently pried a man's hand from his face with its tip. She lowered her eyes, her movements deliberate and composed, with a hint of nonchalance. The man had been pressing hard against his face, but the book seemed to weigh a ton, easily moving aside his hand and revealing his somewhat swollen face and astonished eyes. Chen Hong did not recognize Sun Chun. Bai Lian glanced at the man briefly, then stood up and bowed her head to lightly blow the dust from the book that had touched the man. Then she slightly tilted her head and looked toward Su Wenyao, asking unhurriedly with eyes dark as ink, "Who is he?" Sun Chun and Xiaowu both looked at Su Wenyao in surprise. Su Wenyao's expression was cold. He looked down at the man and quickly recognized him. Du Qingyu, Qi Shuyan's cousin. Bai Lian knew who Qi Shuyan was. Having heard Su Wenyao's words, she first glanced at Sun Chun and Su Wenyao. Then she looked down indifferently at Du Qingyu, and with Xiaowu and the others present and Sun Chun unharmed, Bai Lian put the book back and said casually, "Okay, I won't interfere then. You handle it." Su Wenyao's face wore an ugly expression as he looked at Du Qingyu on the ground. He knew Bai Lian was giving him face, "Don't worry." Bai Lian left with Sun Chun and Xiaowu. After apologizing to Chen Hong, Su Wenyao drove back to the Su family alone. In Mingfeng district, at the Su family home, Su Jiyue had returned from the hotel near Jiangjing University only in the afternoon. The elder Mrs. Su had invited only the Qi family over for a meal. Both families intended to mend their relationship. However, the atmosphere in the hall was very serious at that moment. Su Wenyao looked at Mr. Qi with neither servility nor overbearingness. Du Qingyu stalked them first, and the police found evidence of his tracking. The elder Mrs. Su quickly stood up with the help of her cane, interrupting Su Wenyao. "Wenyao, what are you talking about? We're all family here. It's all just a misunderstanding." With that, she signaled Su Wenyao with her eyes. But Su Wenyao remained unmoved. Mr. Qi put down his phone. Wearing glasses and looking the scholar, he always had a hint of disdain when he looked at the Su family. "In that case, elder madam, I think there's no need for our families to associate any further." Behind him, Qi Shuyan also pursed her lips as she looked at Su Wenyao, her eyes full of disappointment. "My mom just wanted to talk to that bar girl, and we haven't even made an issue out of them hitting Qingyu. Su Wenyao, you really have changed." Su Wenyao looked up calmly. "You broke the law first." This time, he didn't show the slightest consideration for familial feelings. Qi Shuyan pursed her lips. Fine, Su Wenyao, just don't regret this." She turned around decisively and walked away. Mr. Qi watched his daughter leave, and then gave Su Wenyao a final glance. "That barmaid is a friend of Bai Lian? You're willing to break ties with our Qi family over them?" Hearing the name Bai Lian Ji Mulan, who had been marginalized, felt her face darken and she looked up uneasily. Bai Lian indeed had a lot of unsavory friends, especially back in Beicheng. Su Wenyao frowned. You're a learned man, Alien's friend isn't some barmaid. Mr. Qi looked at him coldly, but this time he said nothing and left. Mr. Qi Shuyan. The elder lady came to her senses and chased after them to explain. But the Qi family left without listening to her, driving away directly. The elder Mrs. Su returned, looking a decade older. She turned to Su Wenyao. Do you realize the opportunity our Su family has lost due to your decision? Xuyan was about to become a student of Dr. Zhua, and furthermore, she attended Miss Liu's gathering yesterday. For that woman from who knows where? That's a friend of Alien, Su Wenyao said, looking at the elder Mrs. Su. What sort of friends does she keep? With the title of top-scoring student in the college entrance exams, that was just a name. In the elder Mrs. Zu's view, it did not carry the same weight as the importance of the third young Mr. Su and Miss Liu. Do you realize the kind of opportunity our Su family has missed because of your decision? Go kneel in the back and tomorrow you will accompany me to the Qi family's home. No matter how smart Bai Lian was, she was only known for her college entrance exam results, and it was uncertain when Director Chen would return to Jiangjing. She could be crushed by anyone at any time. With that, the elder Mrs. Zu's gaze swept over Ji Mulan. Su En stood up, looking at Su Wenyao. Go upstairs and check on Ji Yue. After Su Wenyao left, Su En bowed his head to the elder lady. Mom, stay at home these next few days and don't leave. In the past 6 months, Su En's say in the Su family affairs had far surpassed the elder lattice. Even she could not influence his decisions anymore. Having said that, he left with Ji Mulan. Zu's assistant followed a step behind Su En. He had been to Bacter Street with Bai Lian, and seeing the elder Mrs. Su like this he hesitated. Elder lady. The elder Mrs. Su looked up coldly, clutching her Buddha beads. You should be grateful. The assistant looked at her and spoke softly. Today it was the young master who dealt with this. If it had been Miss Bai, he trailed off, lowering his eyes respectfully as he bid farewell to the elder Mrs. Su, and did not continue further. Then he left and followed Su En out. The elder Mrs. Su was taken aback. The assistant was a smart man, valued by Su En, and he wouldn't speak without reason. Butler Su, what does the assistant mean by that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566. Am I now considered a student at Jiang University? Second update. _1 Bai Lian had been in Jiangjing for quite a while, but she hadn't seemed to do much. Director Chen hadn't made an appearance either, and was reportedly still in Xiangqing. They didn't know the current situation in Xiangqing. Both Old Lady Su and the Qi family people thought Bai Lian's backer was Director Chen. Thus, with Director Chen's absence, they didn't hold her in such awe, only politeness. What the assistant Su meant, even the butler didn't know. But having worked with Su En for so long, when Assistant Su said this, it wasn't without reason. The butler spoke in a low voice. Old madam, if the young master and the others are doing this, they must have their own reliance. You shouldn't worry about it. But, old Madam Su sat on the sofa lost in thought. In the end she remained silent. The next day, Bai Lian stood at the entrance of Jiangjing University. A few steps away, Pu Xiaohan was frantically shooting the gate. Everyone around her was doing the same thing. Bai Lian lazily used her hand to shield her head from the sun. Okay. Pu Xiaohan had just arrived in Jiangjing and was eager to visit Jiangjing University. Let's go into the campus. As she spoke, she took out her phone to scroll through WeChat for the reservation message. Before she could find it, she saw Bai Lian already standing behind the barricade. Bai Lian held a campus card in her hand, tapping it leisurely against her palm, her pitch-black pupils looking at her as if asking, "What's the holdup?" Pu Xiaohan stowed her camera properly and followed her in. "Where did you get this campus card?" She reached for the card in Bai Lian's hand. "Classes haven't started yet. Even if you are a student here, you wouldn't have received your card, right?" As she spoke, she looked down and saw the name on the campus card, Jiang Fulai. Pu Xiaohan. Ah, so it's brother Jiang's. She silently returned the campus card to Bai Lian's hand. Huh? Brother Jiang hasn't graduated yet? Bai Lian took her to the library. I don't know. Pu Xiaohan. Not daring to speak, she just followed Bai Lian, shooting footage of Jiangjing University all the way. Shall we go to the cafeteria for lunch? She wanted to make a video about Jiangjing University. Sure. Bai Lian took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Su Wenyao, asking him to meet her at Cafeteria 4 at noon. Cafeteria 4 was the place where you chose your food, and it was also the place Pu Xiaohan wanted to film. At noon, Bai Lian led Pu Xiaohan to Cafeteria 4. Pu Xiaohan followed behind Bai Lian, ready to film her getting the food. Bai Lian held a large tray and leaned her card against the card reader. Beep. Pu Xiaohan hurried to capture the scene. The red balance displayed, 999,997. 00. Pu Xiaohan took a sharp breath. She shifted the camera. Was Bai Lian planning to use this card to eat for a lifetime? The first-time cafeteria user, Bai Lian. She took her gaze back, finished getting her meal, and served a bit for both Chen Hong and Su Wenyao. Then she found a spot to wait for the two to arrive. The three had arranged a time, and Su Wenyao and Chen Hong arrived quickly. Chen Hong greeted Pu Xiaohan, "Hello, Junior." Pu Xiaohan had just turned off her camera and hurriedly responded, "Legend, I didn't get into Jiangjing University. I'm just following Sister Lian for the experience." Su Wenyao had met Pu Xiaohan a few times. They exchanged greetings. Chen Hong looked at Pu Xiaohan fiddling with the camera, shooting whenever there was nothing better to do, and thought this was what a normal person coming to Jiangjing University should look like, unlike Bai Lian. His gaze shifted to Bai Lian. She was looking down at her phone, tapping the keyboard deliberately with one hand, the keystrokes heavy as if she wanted the person on the other end of the phone dead. Beside her lay a book about music theory. Chen Hong felt like she was after the life of the person on the other end of the phone. His eyes landed on the two books beside her. "Junior, you're looking at music theory too?" "Yeah." Bai Lian slowly put down her phone, casually lifting her head. Just a cursory glance. "Oh." Chen Hong nodded. He was just about to say something. At the entrance of the cafeteria, a group of people appeared. Chen Hong lifted his head and immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Hey old Su, it's Qi Shuyan and the others." As he spoke, he waved to the people at the entrance. Seeing Chen Hong's reaction, Pu Xiaohan also turned to look towards the entrance of the cafeteria. Qi Shuyan gave a brief glance in their direction, but didn't come over. The boy wearing glasses beside her walked towards Bai Lian and the others. "Qi Jun." Chen Hong stood up smiling. "You came to eat with Qi Shuyan and the others. Why don't you call her over too? We were just discussing the issue with the model." "Oh right, this is Wenyo's sister, Bai." With a stern countenance, Qi Jun looked at Chen Hong, cutting him off abruptly. "No need to discuss it, I have decided to leave the team." Chen Hong was stunned. "Now?" "Yeah." Qi Jun's gaze swept over Su Wenyao. "I came to notify you to reform the team." Without waiting for Chen Hong or Su Wenyao to respond, he left immediately. "Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Chen Hong quickly stood up and chased after him. The three of them were fixed partners, each with their own areas of focus. The Buyuan Base summer camp was about to start, and most people had already formed their teams. Finding a temporary teammate would not only be difficult, but the integration could also be a problem. Qi Jun paid no heed to Chen Hong. He was always a man of few words, no misunderstanding. Having said that, he walked directly towards Qi Shuyan and her group. Qi Shuyan's team were all potential candidates chosen by Dr. Zhua, and there was even a student from the Buyuan class. Compared to Su Wenyo's team, Chen Hong seemed somewhat lackluster. Qi Jun always held himself in high esteem and had always looked down on Chen Hong. Leaving this team was nothing but good news for him, and furthermore, the Qi family could provide him with things the team could not. "Qi Jun." Chen Hong wanted to say something more, but he stopped after seeing the looks from Qi Shuyan and her group. He sat back down in a foul mood and looked at Su Wenyao. "I mean, what's up with Qi Jun? Even if he goes to a new team, the integration won't be smooth, right?" He couldn't understand it. Su Wenyao put down his chopsticks, interrupting Chen Hong. "It's not your concern, maybe he just has an issue with me." He didn't let Chen Hong continue talking about Qi-jun. Don't say that, Chen Hong shrugged. Wenyao, I know I'm usually the weakest link. Qi-jun might have wanted to get rid of me a long time ago. It's just that we might not achieve great results in the summer camp this time. Model building required teams of 2 to 3 members, each with a specific role. Most of Chen Hong's work involved organizing the format and collecting data, which wasn't very difficult. Bai Lian sat beside Su Wenyao. Listening to their conversation, she occasionally glanced at them, and only after they finished speaking did she put down her chopsticks, reached for the lemon water on the side, leaned back, and spoke in a very casual tone. Qi-jun, what's his relationship with Qi Shuyan? He's Qi Shuyan's cousin. Chen Hong looked at Bai Lian with surprise, remembering that she was Su Wenyao's sister, yet she seemed unclear about their relationship. Su Wenyao didn't have time to stop Chen Hong and explain to Bai Lian. He's been wanting to leave the team for a while. Pu Xiaohan sat on the side, not daring to speak. She had never participated in model building and only silently put down the camera, feeling some sympathy. Now that he's quit, you're down one person. Won't that be very troublesome? Definitely. Chen Hong picked up his chopsticks again, clearly devoid of energy. Qi-jun's professor gave him a lot of tasks. His grandfather is a professor, and he has read countless papers. He is still very important to us, and we probably won't find a suitable teammate in a short time. He had hoped to make a push with this summer camp, but now that the team was suddenly one member short, the results were definitely going to be affected. Bai Lian held the clear straw between 2 fingers, absently stabbing it into the lemon water, contemplating. Can university students also participate in the Boyuan summer camp? Chen Hong didn't understand what Bai Lian meant by the question and simply nodded. Yes, it's not a summer camp for direct PhD. Admissions, so there's no restrictions on grade level. I know some students who will be sophomores next year are also participating. Bai Lian bit the straw, looked down at WeChat, and saw a message from Jiang Fulai with just an ellipsis. She skipped over it and asked, Am I currently considered a student of Jiang University? Jiang teacher. Did you sign the agreement? Bai student. 1 Okay, 111. Jiang teacher. Then you are. Jiang teacher. Why do you ask? Bai Lian looked up, her eyes on Su Wenyao, tapping the straw thoughtfully. How about I join you as an extra member? Chen Hong was taken aback. Junior sister, have you participated in math modeling competitions before? Bai Lian hadn't participated in a formal competition. She shook her head. No, but I have studied math modeling. She had never taken part in a serious competition. She had only ever researched models with He1, and later built a quantum simulation model. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567. 225 This is her ruling area _1 The top scorer in the college entrance exams must have some real skills. Give Bai Lian another year or two, and she'll be her own strongest ally. It's just that she hasn't started school yet, and still has a lot to learn. Chen Hong thought Bai Lian was joking, and picked up a rib. Alright, if we can't find the right teammate, we'll definitely turn to our junior. Su Wenyao, seated next to Chen Hong, looked up slightly. He knew Bai Lian had attended the summer camp at Boyuan High School, and probably participated in mathematical modeling. Su Wenyao pondered thoughtfully. Bai Lian leaned back in her chair, tapping her straw intermittently with her fingertips, unflustered. By the way, Chen Hong set aside these bothersome thoughts, having finished his ribs, when something suddenly occurred to him. Junior, how did you get your meal plan sorted? Jiangjing University was already on summer break, and the school had only 3 cafeterias open. They were at the Yunhe restaurant on the first floor of the 4th cafeteria, which was also a famous online hotspot known for its variety of tasty and affordable dishes, but it only accepted meal cards. You could pay with a mobile phone on the 2nd floor. During the holidays, most tourists visiting Jiangjing would have to borrow a campus card from a current student to eat there. Next to him, Su Wenyao also looked up. Bai Lian made several trips to the library to borrow books. How could she enter the library without a campus card? When this came up, Bai Lian paused in her action of drinking lemon water. Someone gave me their campus card. Su Wenyao looked at Bai Lian with slight surprise. Bai Lian knew other people from Jiang University? After the meal, Su Wenyao and Chen Hong had to get busy. Bai Lian took Pu Xiaohan to check in at other spots. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong watched the two girls leave, and waited for them to walk away before the smile on Chen Hong's face disappeared. He turned to Su Wenyao with a not-so-pleased expression. He massaged his temple. We should ask Yu Sheng and the others. Let's go. Su Wenyao turned to accompany him. Is the registration deadline the day after tomorrow? Yeah. Chen Hong took out his mobile phone from his pocket and got in touch with friends he knew. Over here, Bai Lian was showing Xiaohan around Jiangjing University. She wanted to shoot footage of a campus bus arriving, and as soon as one bus left, Bai Lian waited under the shade of a tree beside her. At the crossroad, a blue bus with cartoon drawings lazily approached. Pu Xiaohan finally captured the scene she wanted and walked over with her camera. Alien, there should be fewer people at Celebrity Statue Square now. Let's go last stop. Jiang University's celebrity statues were already a draw for visitors, and after the broadcast of Great Yong, their popularity skyrocketed. Each character in the drama could be a lead on their own. But the most dazzling of all was Yen Lu, whose every move, sitting posture, and use of the spear was an epitome of that era. The historical figure by Xiang Juan was already popular, and Yen Lu's portrayal turned the character into an ultimate crush in the public's heart. These days a random video search online would either show a montage of Yen Lu or criticisms of Emperor Jiangwen. Historically, opinions about Emperor Jiangwen were mixed. Although he became increasingly suspicious in his later years, historians still rated him highly. With the summer holiday in full swing and Jiang University limiting the number of reservations, the square was still swarming with visitors. As soon as Pu Xiaohan got off the bus, she saw the crowd at the square. Her gaze immediately locked onto the bronze statue in the first row to the left. Among so many statues on the square, only this one held a spear, standing tall against the wind, with a flowing war robe fluttering behind. Under the midday sun, the spear pointed obliquely towards the sky, facing thousands of troops. The young girl stood against the wind, her presence sharp and commanding like the edge of a sword piercing through countless fierce waves. It gave an involuntary sense of oppressiveness. Below the statue, many visitors were taking turns to pose for photos with her. After paying her respects, Pu Xiaohan involuntarily glanced at Bai Lian beside her. Under the strong lighting, she started to hallucinate. This kind of dominating aura was eerily similar. Bai Lian had been here before. She didn't look around much. She just stood to one side, answering a call from Ji Xiaojun. She pressed the answer button and put the phone to her ear. Uncle. Alien. On the other end, Ji Xiaojun hesitated, searching for the right words. Did your grandfather tell you about the Mu family's butler issue? He mentioned it. Ji Xiaojun sighed with relief, glad to avoid explanations. Why don't you come and see the Mu family? The butler said you should come back when you have time. Come back for what? Bai Lian weighed her own affairs. She hadn't finished her music theory book, and she was still undecided whether Su Wenyao needed her for mathematical modeling. I'm not sure, but the Mu family has loosened up, said Ji Xiaojun, standing on the balcony and looking out of the window. It might be related to the family tree. When Ji Xiaojun mentioned the family tree, Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. Previously, Madame Su had condescendingly mentioned that Bai Lian could be added to the Su family's genealogy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568. 225. This is her ruling area _2. The Bai family even expunged her from the clan genealogy. Bai Lian knew their ancestry was ancient and the clan concept strong, but nowadays, any genealogy meant the same to Bai Lian. It was not as if they were living in a feudal era. In the past, the genealogy was utilized to conveniently implicate 9 generations. I won't go, Bai Lian refused without a second thought. If you need something, you can find me. Even though it was summer vacation, Bai Lian was still very busy, with music theory knowledge alone being enough to keep her occupied. Ji Xiaojun had anticipated her response and was not surprised. He hung up the phone, opened the door to the balcony to enter the living room, and told the butler about Bai Lian's reply. She's not coming. The butler looked up in surprise but didn't dwell on it. He continued to inquire without much concern. What about the other one? The other one was Run Wanqian. Her? She should be on her way. Ji Xian's expression was much fainter when he mentioned Run Wanqian. The butler wasn't surprised by this pace. All right, I'll let the old master know once she arrives. Old Master Mu had loosened up and allowed the two juniors to come over mainly because Ji Xian's performance in the Mu family had been quite satisfactory, and he was preparing to introduce him to the public. To officially introduce Ji Xiaojun to the Mu family members. Whether Bai Lian came or not wasn't important. Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian led Pu Xiaohan into the apartment. As soon as Pu Xiaohan entered, she threw herself onto the sofa in the living room, which Sun Chun had bought. It was extremely soft and fitted Bai Lian's casual and lazy temperament perfectly. She buried her head in Jiang He's cushion, which still had a faint scent of milk. Why does Brother Bird drink milk every day? Pu Xiaohan lifted her head, set the cushion aside, and switched to a silk pillow. Her gaze turned to Bai Lian. Bai Lian walked to the small guest room next to the bedroom, opened the door, revealing a neatly made single bed in dark gray. She nodded towards Pu Xiaohan with her chin. You'll be staying here. Pu Xiaohan reached for the remote control on the coffee table and gestured an okay to Bai Lian. She turned on the TV. The screen lit up to the Jiangjing TV station channel, showing episode 30 of Great Yong. An ashen-faced woman struggled to lean on the door frame, with a close-up shot focusing on her fingers gripping the frame tightly, knuckles white. She was wearing a simple robe with a hint of color in her cheeks, plain garments with no adornments on her head, her eyes appearing scattered and black. Her gaze was fixed to the north. This was Bai Li's wife. At the entrance of the courtyard, a maid came in holding medicine, exclaiming with joy, "Madam, you can get out of bed now. Your complexion has improved greatly." She quickly set the tray down on the threshold, reaching to assist Mrs. Bai. "Why don't you wear a few more layers of clothes?" Before she could finish, Mrs. Bai's body began to slide towards the ground slowly. She didn't speak, her gaze still fixed on the same direction, as the maid's fingers tremblingly checked her breathing. At the same moment, the scene switched to the Xiangqing battlefield. It was Yan Lu's scene. The camera moved from a distance to a close-up. She was clad in silver armor, her gaze sharp and cold like a soldier, gripping the reins and galloping towards the city wall, finally stopping in front of the tent, the horse rearing as she dismounted. One shot to the end. Pu Xiaohan had already finished the series. Watching this scene for the second time, it didn't impact her as much. But she still sniffled. Great Yong had become an online sensation ever since it first aired, not only because of the production team, but also due to the director's casting choices. When an entire crew uses real locations, no green screens, actors ride real horses without stunt doubles. Everyone was working hard for this series. Actors had trained to professional levels in wielding long spears, with horse riding and archery skills also reaching professional standards. What could be more moving than this? The entire cast, from the maidservants to the horses, had become sensational, and netizens placed Yan Lu under an even deeper layer of profound admiration. Pu Xiaohan got up, about to check the guest room, when she saw Bai Lian standing behind her, arms crossed over her chest, leaning on the desk as if watching TV. But those dark eyes were unfocused. Bai Lian had always been very strong in front of Pu Xiaohan. The students of Class 15 had a kind of cohesion unmatched by other classes, with Bai Lian at their core. She understood the people in her class better than Lu Lingxi, from Pu Xiaohan to Zhang Xiais to Yang Lin. Their trust in Bai Lian had long exceeded that of anyone else. Bai Lian was like a general commanding an army, poised and free. This was the first time Pu Xiaohan saw such an expression on Bai Lian, as if she was cut off from this world, with an air of having no one behind her. "Lian." She instinctively took a couple of steps forward. Bai Lian came back to her senses, looking up at Pu Xiaohan, quickly reverting to her usual careless demeanor. She casually pulled a piece of paper from the table and handed it over. "Wipe your nose. If you find any errors," ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, 225. This is her domain _3. Pu Xiaohan took the paper, wiped her eyes and nose. Oh. Bai Lian stood up straight. She gestured for Pu Xiaohan to move about freely as she took 2 books on music theory to the study. In the study, Bai Lian placed the books on the desk, and then opened the right-hand drawer that contained a box of cigarettes Sun Chun had left there. She casually pulled one out. Taking a lighter, she went to the window, opened all the windows, leaned lazily on the windowsill with the slim cigarette between her fingers, the smoke blurring her face. People were continuously going in and out on the first floor. From this angle, she could just see the small garden of several square meters on the first floor, where workers were jointly lifting a stone table out. A message came through on her cell phone from Xiaoqi. Bai Lian glanced down at it. Xiaoqi. Someone is looking into Sun Chun's info. The place in Jiangjing with the most comprehensive information was undoubtedly the Azure Dragon Bar. A law unto itself. Wanting to investigate their people here, naturally, the task would pass through Xiaoqi's hands. Bai Lian guessed immediately who would want Sun Chun's information. Bai Lian. Just give them a bit. After replying, she casually set her phone aside, leaning lazily on the windowsill, biting the cigarette and watching the people bustling below. Outside the door, Pu Xiaohan was watching TV while video chatting with her parents, indicating that she had arrived in Jiangjing. Noise came from outside the door. Pu Xiaohan stood up with her phone. My sister seems to have a visitor. I'll hang up now. She ended the call, about to open the door when she saw the door open automatically. In the doorway stood a tall figure, with scholarly rimless glasses perched on his nose as he lowered his left hand, his indifferent gaze glancing at Pu Xiaohan through the lenses. Born with an air of nobility that not even the simplest black attire could conceal. Haven't seen Jiang Fulai for a few days. Pu Xiaohan involuntarily took a step back. Behind Jiang Fulai, Jiang He squeezed in. Seeing bird brother, Pu Xiaohan relaxed and greeted Jiang Fulai. Jiang brother. Jiang Fulai responded casually as he entered, his eyes catching the TV in the lobby for a moment before he removed his hand from the door handle and looked away. He closed the door and looked towards the partially closed study, noticing the open music theory books on the table and the empty seat. In the study, Bai Lian's cigarette had burned out, the stub held between her fingers. By the window, only a faint scent of tobacco lingered. Her left hand propped lazily on the balcony, in a very relaxed posture. As she turned her head to look at Jiang Fulai, his gaze fell on the cigarette stub between her fingertips. Quite openly, Bai Lian flicked the stub into a nearby trash bin, her hand on the window, raising her eyebrows. Jiang University is really something. Even meal cards can be used to buy a house. Bai Lian's train of thought was certainly unique. Jiang Fulai instantly knew what she was getting at. She was referring to his topping off the school card. He reached out, closed the laptop on the desk, and his light eyes settled on her face before suddenly saying, "Let's go." Huh? Bai Lian tilted her body, looking lackadaisical. To where? Next door. Jiang Fulai stood up straight, slowly and meticulously removing his glasses and placing them on the table. Next door? Bai Lian shivered, and as she followed Jiang Fulai out, next door was 302. The wooden door was shut tightly, and Jiang Fulai casually placed his finger on the fingerprint lock. The door clicked open with a light sound. The inside was already finely furnished. Jiang Fulai did not redecorate but did replace all the furniture, covering the floor with brown carpet, and using his accustomed Chinese-style furnishings. He walked straight to the room on the left and opened it. It was a music room. The room was large, with wooden flooring and a music stand in the middle, holding another zither. On the right side, there was a display stand with flutes, eras, pipas, and various other musical instruments. Near the floor-to-ceiling windows was a small bookshelf filled with sheet music and music theory books. Jiang Fulai approached it, casually straightening a crooked music theory book before tilting his head to speak. There's soundproofing installed here, you can practice anytime. He stood by the window, with the sunlight slanting through, casting a chilly light on his sharp profile. His long, Pale fingers rested on the book, elegant and carefree. Bai Lian approached, lightly running her hand over the strings of the zither. From top to bottom, the clear scale of the zither sounded forth. At Ji Heng's place, afraid of disturbing the neighbors, she would not practice after 8 o'clock at night. Here, without her mother, someone would still make clothes for her by hand, embroidering her favorite peonies, and there would still be someone to prepare a music room for her. The next day, at the Su family, Su Wenyao stood by the window making a call. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570. 225. This is her ruling area _4. He had officially started his summer vacation, and occasionally took time to learn something at the Su family company. Behind him, Su En and Su Shujia were discussing a problem. When Su Wenyao finished his phone call, Su En handed over the signed documents casually to Zu's assistant. Didn't you have lunch with Alien today? In the past few days, Su Wenyao had been showing Bai Lian around Jiang University. A friend of hers came. Su Wenyao spoke. Next to him, Su Shujia looked up. What friend? A high school classmate. Bai Lian's high school classmates should be those students from Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Then it wasn't Chen Hong's people. Su Shujia diverted her gaze and, recalling something, sat up straight. Brother, are we really with the Qi family? Let's not talk about this matter anymore. Su En interrupted her. He stood up to attend a meeting in the conference room. Su Shujia stopped Zu's assistant and leaned back against the sofa, squinting her eyes. What exactly is going on with them? Qi Shuyan was now making her way into the Su family circle through Miss Lu, and falling out with them wasn't a good thing. Miss, said Zu's assistant without revealing any emotions, I don't know anything. Su Shujia watched Zu's assistant leave. Then her gaze fell back on Su Wenyao, and she asked pointedly, Is there a problem at school? Someone from the group has left, Su Wenyao said nonchalantly. Su Shujia sat up straight. Is the impact significant? She didn't understand modeling, and Su Wenyao answered tersely, I can model, I'm just not as specialized as he was. Even without him, Chen Hong and I can still get it done. It's just that this time, the chance of winning first prize seemed dim. Su Wenyao was tapping on his phone. Director Huang had implied that he should participate in mathematical modeling. Because of the Qi family? Su Shujia asked. This time, Su Wenyao didn't reply. Su Shujia picked up her coffee as a phone nearby lit up. She grabbed the phone from the coffee table and opened the information the butler had sent her. It was about Sun Chun. The information was only a sparse page long. Unearthed by the Su family matriarch through a private detective. Sun Chun hadn't graduated high school, always hung out at bars, mixing drinks, selling liquor. Nothing seemed particularly remarkable. Bai Lian's friends all had quite the characters, still not having completed high school, and Su Wenyao, a Jiangjing University student of high caliber. How did he even hold conversations with Bai Lian's underachieving friends? Su Shujia was astonished since, apart from Su Zhiyue, everyone else in the family would find it a bit challenging to converse with Su Wenyao. Bai Lian took Pu Xiaohan around the area, and by the time they went back to Jiang University to borrow books again, 2 days had passed. Pu Xiaohan ventured out to the Jiangjing scenic area on her own to check in. At noon, Bai Lian, with a stack of books in hand, went to the third cafeteria. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong had already arrived. They had finished getting their meal, and Su Wenyao had a laptop in front of him. There were other people sitting at the table too, and Bai Lian immediately recognized one of them as Qi Jun. The same guy with the black-framed glasses from last time. The sunny young man sitting 2 places away from Su Wenyao raised his glass to Qi Jun. His tone couldn't hide his envy. Qi Jun, does your group have a Tongfeng class third-year student? The Tongfeng class was probably the pinnacle of Jiangjing University. Qi Jun glanced at him, didn't raise his glass, and just finished the last bite of his meal. Then, picking up his meal card beside him, he stood up to leave, only responding with one word. Yeah. The table was filled with familiar faces. After Qi Jun left, Chen Hong finally turned to the sunny youth. Yu Sheng, since you've got nothing else to do, Why not join us for the number modeling competition? Yu Sheng set down his beverage, apologetic. It's not that I don't want to help you, but you know I still have a paper to write. Yu Guang saw Qi Jun's figure walking away, and Yu Sheng hurriedly stood up, apologizing to the other two as he said his goodbyes and chased after him. All of Su Wenyo's class had left. Chen Hong wasn't surprised, and without much enthusiasm he waved at Bai Lian. The junior student has arrived. Bai Lian sat next to Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao, clad in a white shirt, sat upright in his chair, his slender fingertips resting on the black keyboard of his laptop, the image of a refined scholar. He indicated to Bai Lian to eat first and then raised his head to speak to Chen Hong. I'm not as good at modeling as he is, but I can hold my own. It's fine if there are just the two of us in the team. Let's pick problem C. This time we want aim for the first prize. That works, Chen Hong perked up. I'll handle the data. Bai Lian ate leisurely, aware that they were not planning to look for new teammates. Her gaze casually fell on Su Wenyo's computer, which displayed the Buyuan Summer Camp's main page. Why are you aiming for the first prize? Su Wenyao clicked on the home page and was brought to the registration page where he explained in a low voice to Bai Lian. Having a first prize boosts your graduate school entrance evaluation, and it greatly increases the chance of getting a recommendation. Most labs also value this. The registration page showed the teams that had been successfully formed. Beneath it was the entrance to register. Su Wenyao was filling in his and Chen Hong's information. Registration was set to close at 1 in the afternoon. Bai Lian had been casually looking at the registration page until she caught sight of a name in the middle, Bai Xiaoka. Her fingertips paused for a moment, vaguely recalling that this was the son of her father's mistress, the brother of Bai Xiaoqi. Su Wenyao had already filled in his and Chen Hong's names. His finger poised over the enter key, about to press down. But it was blocked by the tip of a chopstick. Bai Lian, holding the chopsticks, focused on a line of text on the computer screen, and under Su Wenyo's surprised gaze she spoke. Do you have any thoughts about the first prize? The first prize. On the other side, Chen Hong sighed, who attending the summer camp wouldn't have thoughts about the first prize. But junior student, this time at the Buyuan Base summer camp, there's even the senior Tongfeng class. Even with Qi Jun, we won't have much of a chance. Bai Lian retracted her chopsticks and moved her gaze away from the screen, looking up at Chen Hong. What position are we still lacking? Her tone sounded professional. Chen Hong answered, we're missing someone who's good at advanced mathematics and linear algebra, and who knows modeling. A number modeling partner was very important. Reliable teammates could make the work twice as effective. The three of them had collaborated more than once before, and had even won a second prize at a national competition. The three of them formed the perfect team, each capable of equally dividing the work, constructing models, programming computations, and writing. Su Wenyao was gifted at programming. Chen Hong gathered data and wrote papers. And Qi Jun was exceptionally good at advanced mathematics and linear algebra, with a solid foundation in mathematical theory and strong modeling skills. Advanced mathematics was taught in the first year, while linear algebra was only tackled in the second. Hearing Chen Hong's explanation, Bai Lian nodded and tilted her chin slightly toward Su Wenyao. With an unhurried tone she said, then add me to your team. If Su Wenyo's group lacked programming skills, Bai Lian wouldn't have been of much help. She was not familiar with modeling software. But when it came to mathematical knowledge and familiarity with a variety of literature, even Hewen would seek out Bai Lian for discussions on these topics. This was her domain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571. 226 Hewen is back. Lan Jia please the great God _1. Su Wenyo's fingertips were still hovering over the enter key. Hearing Bai Lian's words he pondered for a moment, then moved the cursor and typed in Bai Lian, under Chen Hong's name. The Jiang University campus network had always been reliable. After the small transparent circle on the screen spun around, it displayed, successfully registered, in 4 blue regular script characters. The topic will be released at 3 o'clock the afternoon the day after tomorrow, and we still need to choose a mentor, Su Wenyao said to Bai Lian, looking down at the details after the successful registration. The competition lasts for 3 days. Bai Lian nodded her head. She was unfamiliar with these competition procedures. The three of them finished their meal quickly. Su Wenyao suggested Bai Lian join them in the study room to familiarize herself with the mathematical modeling competition, but Bai Lian glanced sideways, her eyes narrowing slightly. I'd better go back and print out the materials first. There's a print shop on campus, Chen Hong said. Right ahead. Bai Lian knew about Jiang University's print shop, but the literature she needed to print belonged to Academician Ma. And after thinking for a while she said, I'll go back to print it. Chen Hong stood at the entrance of the cafeteria watching Bai Lian leave. What is she printing? Probably a lot of stuff, Su Wenyao said indifferently. There are too many people queuing at the print shop. True, the sunlight in early July was strong. Chen Hong nodded, remembering the matter just now. Did you really add her? Yes. Su Wenyao glanced at Chen Hong apologetically. Don't worry, she won't hold us back. Chen Hong was part of the team, and Su Wenyao would not have agreed to any other freshman joining, but this person was Bai Lian. Su Wenyao recalled seeing Academician Ma at the airport before, being valued by Academician Ma and personally seen off by him. Su Wenyao knew that Bai Lian must have her own strengths. Oh, it doesn't matter. You'll have to work a bit harder without Qi Jun. Both of us will have to share the model design. Chen Hong slung an arm over Su Wenyao's shoulder, indicating it wasn't a big deal. With Qi Jun absent this time, their results might only be in the upper middle range. Modeling was all about teamwork, and adding Bai Lian didn't make much of a difference to Chen Hong. Moreover, as Bai Lian was this year's top college entrance exam scorer, Chen Hong was willing to take this opportunity to establish a good rapport with the brother and sister. It's just a pity we'll miss Professor Jiang this time. He values Boiwan's modeling results, Chen Hong sighed. He had emailed Professor Jiang, who replied to the group. The Boyuan modeling competition held more prestige than the national competition because of its high entry threshold. If their university's registration slots and their results weren't good enough, even if they met the exam requirements for postgraduate study, Professor Jiang probably wouldn't choose them. Choosing a mentor for postgraduate studies was very important. Bai Lian returned from school to Shanghai apartment. The doors of 303 and 302 were both open. Jiang He was sitting on the carpet in 302, piecing together Lego with his back to her, while Ming Dongheng observed the bok choy Bai Lian had just planted on the balcony of 303. Su Nanjing sat on the sofa in Bai Lian's apartment, his legs lazily draped over the coffee table, casually fiddling with a white jade fan in his hands. Seeing Bai Lian return, he hurriedly stood up. Alien. Bai Lian greeted him, and then headed for the study. There was a printer in her study. Seeing that the door to her study was open, Su Nanjing followed her inside. Bai Lian had already turned on the computer and was efficiently printing documents. Academician Ma had sent several documents. Since she finished her exams, Academician Ma had higher expectations for her and asked her to learn to write reviews. He glanced at it, the same incomprehensible literature again. Are high school students already starting to read these? Su Nanjing handed over the folding fan in his hand to Bai Lian. It's from my mom for you. There were 50 pages of literature from Academician Ma, and the printer was still slowly spitting them out one by one. Bai Lian reached out to take the folding fan. It was plain white, with the white jade bones of the fan reflecting a lustrous cool light. The fan was less than 30 centimeters long. Her fingers were pale and unrushed, holding the folding fan with ease as she gently pushed it open, effortlessly unfurling the fan. White jade fan bones, Bai Lian said, while spinning the fan around twice with her index finger as the pivot, and then suddenly snapping it closed, gently resting the fan handle against the palm of her hand. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water, leisurely as if she was accustomed to handling a fan. Su Nanjing paused for a moment. Let me try. He took Bai Lian's folding fan, trying to replicate her movements. With a single hand push, it didn't open. After 3 attempts, Bai Lian opened the next document and, seeing his clumsy efforts, took the fan back to demonstrate again, like this. She shifted slightly, holding the folding fan in her right hand. Her slender middle finger rested casually at the bottom of the fan, with the thumb pushing outwards and the index finger pushing inwards, slowly spreading it open. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572. 226. He won his back. Lanjia invited the great god _2. Su Nanjing tried again but couldn't unfold the fan. Great had learned nothing. Forget it. Su Nanjing gave up, returning the folding fan to Bai Lian as he began to discuss important matters with her. It was about the birthday celebration of the old Mr. Su, for which invitations were already being sent out. Gao Yan and Su Juling both asked Su Nanjing to extend an invitation to Bai Lian. The invitation Bai Lian had purchased at the auction had won the old man's favor. The old man had always been particularly pleased with Su Nanjing, and even more so at present. The end of the month, Bai Lian only knew Su Nanjing and Gao Yan, and wasn't familiar with the rest of the Su family. Considering Su Nanjing's background, which was anything but ordinary, she said, "No, I won't be going." Su Nanjing took out a gilt invitation and placed it on her desk, thought for a moment, and said, "Hey, race the invitation. Come if you have time." If Bai Lian didn't attend, Gao Yan would be upset. The Mu family, the old residence. Baohe Pavilion. It wasn't Shenqing and Ji Shan's first visit, but Shenqing still appeared very constrained. Compared to the grand 5-section compound, the Su family's villa was nothing remarkable. Ren Wanxian, standing beside her, had also never seen such a grand scene. Behind the mahogany octagonal table stood 2 servants. Anxious and uneasy. There were only 3 of them at the dining table. The butler, standing behind Ji Xiaojun, saw Xiaojia enter from the door and looked up. "Where's the young miss?" "She's still dealing with official business and will come later," Xiaojia whispered. "Is young Master Mu Zhao not here either?" the butler inquired. Xiaojia nodded. "He's on a call with a professor from Jiangjing University." Following the unexpected passing of Mu Qiong from the younger generation of the Mu family, only Mu Mingyi and her son Mu Zhao were left. Mu Zhao wasn't as talented as Mu Qiong, but was more intelligent than most people. The butler nodded slightly in acknowledgement, understanding the situation, then lowered his voice to speak with Ji Xiaojun. "Please start eating, there's no need to wait for them." Baohe Pavilion's adjacent East Wing room. The woman sat in the study with a pile of documents at hand. Her assistant handed her a new file. "Miss, erase the information on that Ren Wanxian." Mu Mingyi reached out to take it, looking down with curiosity. She had seen Ji Xiaojun at the company. Although she didn't have a good impression of his wife, she had a favorable opinion of this cousin. The Mu family had always been short on offspring, and when she heard that Ji Xiaojun had 2 nieces, it was she who proposed to take them in. She had no doubt about the Mu family's genes. The old Mr. Mu looked down on Ji Xiaojun, which was because he had known the exceptionally talented Mu Qiong. After Mu Qiong's death, the old man was deeply affected and became disillusioned. But Mu Mingyi knew that Ji Shan's rapid proficiency in the company had already proven his strength. He was considered above average in Jiangjing. Originally, she had thought his nieces wouldn't be far behind, but having seen Ren Wangshuan's information, she was somewhat disappointed. She grew up in Xiangqing. Her assistant observed Mu Mingyi and gently advised in a low voice, "In Xiangqing she's considered excellent. You shouldn't, like the old master, compare everyone to the young master Mu Qiong. That's too harsh on the second young master Ji." The old master had never met Ji Xiaojun to this day. "I know." Mu Mingyi pressed her forehead, closed the file and sighed. In a large family like the Mu's, with few children and no internal strife, Mu Mingyi harbored no hostility towards Ji Xiaojun, and even hoped he could help raise the Mu family banner. She had expectations for Ren Wanxian, especially since Ji Xiaojun had not let her down. However, upon reviewing the information, her disappointment was inevitable. "Isn't there another niece?" Mu Mingyi tossed the file aside. "She didn't come," the assistant explained. The assistant found it odd discussing this. The butler had mentioned that the young lady had arrived early, So why hadn't she come to the Mu residence for the meal today? When he checked the data, he found no information about this young lady either. Just like in Ji Hing's case, only a few sentences were available. There was also scant information on Ji Xiaojun, while there was a pile of data on Xin Qing and Ren Wanxian. All right, with Ren Wanxian as a precedent, Mu Mingyi was not that curious about the other niece she hadn't met. The next morning, early on, Bai Lian didn't go to the library but joined Su Wenyao and Chen Hong in the computer room. Jiang University had several computer rooms, and because of the Buyuan summer camp competition, the rooms would be open all summer long. There were 30 teams from the university participating, and the rest were from other domestic and international universities. Due to the high stakes of the competition, all the participants were skilled contenders, most of whom were attending for the second time. This is the model we built before. The computer room was not crowded, and Chen Hong and his group were in the last row. He plugged a USB drive into the main computer, opened a file, and introduced it to Bai Lian. Do you have any thoughts on the advisor? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573. 226. He won his back. Lan Jia invited the great god _3. The last sentence was a question Chen Hong asked Su Wenyao. Bai Lian hadn't arrived at their school yet, so she was definitely not familiar with their teachers. Su Wenyao opened the competition platform calmly and slightly turned his head. Didn't you have your eye on Professor Jiang? Hee, Chen Hong nodded. You get me. If you can't take Professor Jiang's research class, choose him as your mentor. Su Wenyao opened the page and filled in Jiang Weijian in the mentors section, submitting it to wait for the system's response. While the two discussed the mentor issue, Bai Lian sat in front of the computer, opened the folder, and looked through the papers Chen Hong and the others had done before. The first model they had done was on the shortest path topology problem, an area Bai Lian had some research on, so she watched carefully. As for the code in the folder, she hadn't run it, as she was really not familiar with it. The three of them sat in the back row, Bai Lian on the far right corner, next to Su Wenyao, and Chen Hong beside Su Wenyao. At noon, after Bai Lian finished looking over their previous models, she picked up her phone and the folded fan lying beside her, and went to the canteen for lunch. The computer lab was close to the third canteen. On the way, Bai Lian's phone rang. It was Hewen. Sis, Hewen called her sis with a sense of righteous indignation. Haven't you read the paper I sent you? Bai Lian held her phone to her ear with her left hand, and with her right, she held a white jade folding fan, tapping the fan ribs with her cool jade-like fingertips. I haven't had the time these last couple of days. What are you up to? The sound of an airport announcement came from Hewen's end. Bai Lian didn't answer but instead asked, Are you at the airport? Yeah, Hewen remembered why he called. Jiang Xiao just came back, didn't he? I just delegated my tasks at hand and followed him back for the project. Now I'm about to report to him. I don't know what mood he's been in lately. Speaking of Jiang Fulai, Hewen felt uneasy. It had been quite a while since he last saw Jiang Fulai, and at the last online meeting, he had just been scolded. Many people at Jiangjing University idolized this honored alumnus, and it was always quite tough. Hewen didn't even know why Jiang Fulai scolded him. Bai Lian consoled him. He should be in a good mood. After all, Jiang he hadn't been scolded much recently. I hope your words bring good luck, Hewen sighed. I'll take you out to eat in a couple of days. Oh, what are you busy with? You should be done with your college entrance exams, right? Boywan's math modeling, Bai Lian replied succinctly. On the other end of the phone, Hewen, the math modeling at the Buyuan summer camp is a global competition, and most students participate in their sophomore or junior year. Hewen participated during his freshman summer. Do you remember you haven't even started school yet? Bai Lian hung up the phone, then single-handedly opened the folding fan, calmly placing it in front of her forehead to shade herself from the sun overhead. Chen Hong glanced at her. Little sister, do you have something busy to attend to? It's fine if you do. Wenyao and I can handle this. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to get the first prize. He had overheard a bit of Bai Lian's conversation. It's okay. Bai Lian slightly tilted her head. her long bangs falling beside her brows casting a shadow. He's not in a hurry. They continued talking. Not far behind them, Chi-jun and his group, who had just come down the stairs, also heard their conversation. Su Wenyao must be crazy, right? Yusheng looked at the backs of Su Wenyao and the others in astonishment. He actually chose a girl. He had heard Chen Hong's remark, "Wenyao and I can handle it." He almost laughed out loud. First prize? Even Chi-jun wasn't sure of winning the first prize, let alone now that Chi-jun had left their team. Chi-jun remained silent, just watching the backs of Chen Hong and the others, then took out his phone to send a message to Qi Shuyan. In the evening, in the university office, Bai Xiaoke respectfully held a document and knocked on the door. Professor Jiang. Only after hearing a voice from inside did he push the door and enter. Professor Jiang stood by the window on the phone, his voice betraying a trace of ingratiation. "You've just returned, and it's only right that we welcome you back. You're at Jiang Xiao's place? Okay." Bai Xiaoke stood by the desk, his gaze downcast, pondering about who could be on the other end of the professor's phone call. There weren't many in the school who could make Professor Jiang adopt that tone. Jiang Xiao, which Jiang? As he was thinking, he saw the computer screen showing the page for the Boyuan competition selection. Professor Jiang was the mentor for this competition, and with the mentor having a limited quota, there were two teams. The first team was his own, which Professor Jiang had already approved. Bai Xiaoke's eyes glanced over the first two names of the second team, and then landed on the last name, Bai Lian. After Professor Jiang finished the call, he stared at his phone for a long while before walking over to his desk and switching to a serious expression. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 574. 226. He When is back. Lan Jie invited the great god _4 noticing the direction of Bai Xiaoke's gaze fixed on the screen. Bai Xiaoke was willing to spend money, and many instruments for Professor Jiang's projects were sponsored by Bai Xiaoke. Plus, he was smart, so Professor Jiang brought him along. "What is it?" "This person," Bai Xiaoke said, pointing at the name Bai Lian, his eyelashes drooping, "seems to be a girl." Women have always faced prejudice in science. When Professor Jiang heard the word girl, his brow furrowed. "I saw their team won awards in the last two competitions. How come there's a girl?" Il asked. As the competition's advising teacher, if his team won an award, he might also be promoted. But it required students to win a breakthrough award. At night, Bai Lian hadn't returned to Shanghai apartment yet. She had to choose a topic tomorrow afternoon. She just turned off the computer in the computer room when she received a call from Jiang Fulai. "Haven't come out yet?" His voice was unhurried. "Just shut down the computer." Bai Lian put away the books next to her, picked up the folding fan, and then stood up. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were with her. Su Wenyao was going back to the Su family today, and he would stay at Jiangjing University for the next 4 days. The three had just taken a few steps when a teacher ahead of them came in. Looking at Su Wenyao and the others, "Is Bai Lian your member?" Hearing her name, Bai Lian told Jiang Fulai and hung up the phone. "That's me, teacher." The teacher glanced at her, nodded, and didn't ask anything more. Bai Lian's senses were better than the average person's. She heard him making a call. "Professor Jiang, it's indeed a girl." It was dark, and the street lights illuminated the campus. Jiang Fulai stood under a streetlight, tall and graceful, with a hat perched on his head, the light casting his cool silhouette very long. Boyuan modeling competition? Jiang Fulai looked at the lights in the teaching building and knew what she was up to. Yeah, Bai Lian put her Bluetooth earphones in her ears, picking the topic tomorrow. Jiang Fulai nodded, leading her to the side of a car. Ming Dongheng drove a black car today, probably his own, very low-key. Bai Lian's phone vibrated. A 3-person modeling group chat with Su Wenyao and the others. Su Wenyao. Screenshot. Chen Hong. "Ah, do we not have an advising teacher now?" Su Wenyao. "Mutual." He was concise and Chen Hong understood. "So you're saying Professor Jiang doesn't want to choose us, right? Why so sudden?" The Boyuan numerical modeling advising teacher could provide some ideas during the competition, but was not supposed to be too involved. Some teams had no advising teacher, so they just filled in anybody's name. Bai Lian read these messages slowly and scrolled down. Hewen didn't get scolded much today, so she still got scolded. Bai Lian. Hewen, when will you read the paper? Bai Lian. After the competition at 6 p.m. On July 10th, the Buyuan numerical modeling competition topics were updated. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were choosing topics in the computer room. The website was lagging, and none of their computers managed to access it until 6:05 p.m. There were 3 types of problems labeled A, B, and C, with C being the easiest and A the hardest. Few picked A, and both Su Wenyao and Chen Hong went straight to C. Problem C was about optimization design. Bai Lian sat in front of her computer, didn't flip further, and only looked at problem A. Problem A was more complex, with a 4-page-long description. It was about the optimization adjustment of an astronomical telescope with an actively controlled concave spherical reflector. The modeling required solving 3 problems. Bai Lian read through the problem line by line. Su Wenyao, seeing her focus solely on the last problem, couldn't help but speak up. Alien, problem A is too difficult for us. Next to him, Chen Hong was also taken aback and said in a low voice, Junior, let's choose C. This time the A problem is too tough. I guess there are only a handful of groups in the entire school daring to pick it. Choose A. Bai Lian tapped her fingertips on the table, giving them just 2 words. Su Wenyao turned his computer screen to problem A and saw the astronomical telescope. A vein throbbed on his forehead. He was confident in choosing C. I can't be sure about problem A. He shook his head. I didn't ask you to do it, Bai Lian said, already having an idea as she pondered the problem. Junior, calm down, Chen Hong discussed with her calmly. We mainly don't have a mentor this time. Bai Lian picked up a bottle of mineral water next to her, twisted it open with one hand, took a sip, waited for him to finish speaking, and then looked at Chen Hong with a lazy tone. Who says we don't have a mentor? Huh. Chen Hong was surprised. Had Bai Lian found a mentor at a time like this? Bai Lian lifted her chin and pointed to his phone. I invited him to the group. Chen Hong and Su Wenyao picked up their phones. Bai Lian invited Stand Straight When Scolded to the group, Stand Straight When Scolded. Location, without a word, he sent a succinct location tag. Bai Lian. 1. After copying down the modeling problem, she propped herself up from the table, stood up, and looked at Chen Hong and Su Wenyao. Let's go, he's waiting for us. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong shut down their computers, followed by Lian, and exchanged glances. They tapped on the location. It was the Lawson Cafe on campus. This cafe was located under the doctoral dormitory building number 1 at Jiangjing University. Building number 1. This was where the brainpower ceiling of Jiang University resided. The doctoral students living in building 1 had mentors who might well be academicians. These residents were almost mythical figures, with most conducting research under renowned academicians. Moreover, half of the distinguished alumni came from this place. Building 1 was quite far. They took the campus shuttle and walked for another 10 minutes through a path before reaching the cafe. Bai Lian walked in through the door without hesitating. Chen Hong stood beside Su Wenyao. Wenyao, which big shot did our junior find? As he spoke, Bai Lian had already come to a halt. The young man was seated by the floor-to-ceiling windows, dressed in a short t-shirt with a silver laptop in front, and one leg casually draped over the other. He was typing with one hand and sipping coffee from a cup held in the other. Upon noticing Bai Lian, he set down his cup and stood up. You were right. I haven't been scolded in the past couple of days. Bai Lian pulled out a chair and sat down. Not bad. The young man handed her a milk tea from beside him. The school doesn't have cherry flavor, so strawberry will have to do. His gaze shifted to the 2 still standing there. These are your 2 teammates? He turned his head slightly, allowing Chen Hong and Su Wenyao to finally see his face clearly. On the stone plaque behind the celebrity statue on campus, his ID photo was posted. 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575, 227 Who Dares to Speak Up? The building butler saw Principal Sure_1 Heewon settled back into his seat, his gaze sweeping across Chun Hong and Su Wenyao. He had spent nearly a year in the lab, and his complexion was a pale, cold white. There weren't many people in the coffee shop, the lighting was dim, and as it shone on him, the breathing of both Su Wenyao and Chun Hong became noticeably lighter. Heewon had chosen a seat by the window. The table was a rectangular piece of raw wood, one end up against the floor-to-ceiling window, with a single stool set apart at the end facing the window. Bai Lian was sitting on this solitary stool. Her left hand rested casually on the armrest, her demeanor composed and unhurried. Yu Guang saw that Su Wenyao and Chun Hong were still standing where they were, so she tilted her chin up at them, signaling them to sit across from Heewon. What's the topic this year? Heewon pushed his laptop aside and turned his head to speak to Bai Lian. He didn't ask whether they had chosen question A or C. As he spoke, Chun Hong and Su Wenyao finally snapped back to reality. Instinctively, they both thought to take out their phones to show Heewon the question. Astronomical telescopes. Bai Lian set down her milk tea, her fingertips tapping rhythmically against the cup. Given the parabola of a star's position with a radius of 300, achieve the optimal reception effect for light rays being received. As she explained the problem to Heewon, Su Wenyao and Chun Hong couldn't help but look down and open the question saved on their phones. Question A was complex, with 4 original working diagrams. Chun Hong had looked at it once. He wasn't even clear about the work diagram of the telescope. When Bai Lian announced several numbers, he hurriedly flipped to the second page's diagram, 300 for 66. Not a single figure was off. Not only had she understood question A in a short time, but she even remembered the focal data of the approximate paraboloid formed by the reflecting panel when observing celestial bodies. An active reflector model? Heewon lowered his eyes slightly, pondering. The problem doesn't sound complicated based on the description. It has over 2,000 cables, so you need to construct functions in over 2,000 dimensions. Then establish a continuous function from the discrepancy between the later constructed cables and the target. Simulated annealing is accurate, and can also quickly produce an answer. Bai Lian slowly revolved her milk tea, her fingertips gently tapping the cup as she shook her head. I think the nodes might all be on the ideal parabolic surface after adjustment, but even if they are, it's meaningless in practice. Using a 2-dimensional method to calculate the ideal paraboloid and the radial distance, the reception is different from what we thought. Solving the azimuth linearly, the received ratio obtained is different from the discriminate, which can be integrated. She did not choose the solution proposed by Heewon, clearly having developed her own complete approach on the way. The two spoke quickly, and Chun Hong and Su Wenyao were not following very clearly. Heewon understood. You're going to use Monte Carlo integration? The two sat and chatted casually, quickly setting the general direction for the entire mathematical model. Bai Lian leaned slightly against the back of her chair, one hand resting casually on the armrest. She was dressed in simple, elegant clothes, her eyes and brows relaxed, exuding a restrained temperament, yet full of a commanding presence. This effortless display of grace was captivating. Talent indeed shone brighter than anything else. Su Wenyao could still understand, but Chun Hong was not even clear about the problem, and he found it a bit difficult to follow. After they finished their conversation, Heewon's gaze landed on Su Wenyao. Are you responsible for running the code? Su Wenyao, after all, had more experience than Chun Hong. He came back to his senses. Yes. In math modeling, instructors cannot participate too much. Heewon closed his laptop, his concerns not for Bai Lian but for her teammates. She won't have any issues with the general direction. If you cannot run the code to get an answer, try to construct one. Otherwise, use various regression models and the BFGS algorithm. Coding was Bai Lian's weakness, which was also why she sought out Heewon. While Heewon was discussing with Su Wenyao, Bai Lian opened a blank document on her phone to analyze the 3 problems. With only 3 days to confirm the model, run the code, and write the paper, time was tight. It was past 10 in the evening. Heewon and Su Wenyao had not yet finished their discussion when Bai Lian glanced at the time. She hadn't brought her computer, which made it inconvenient to construct the model, so she left early. It was quite late at this point, and Heewon had just returned to Jiangjing. He didn't ask where Bai Lian lived, but when he saw her getting ready to leave, he instinctively stood up. You guys continue talking. Bai Lian knew Heewon wanted to escort her. She gestured for Heewon to sit down. Don't worry about me. Jiang Fulai was waiting for her at the intersection. Midnight. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong stood downstairs, watching Heewon enter the dormitory building. They waited until Heewon's figure disappeared from sight before Chen Hong pinched his own arm, seemingly in a daze. Is Senior Heewon our mentor? Su Wenyao nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576. 227 Who Dares to Speak Up? The building butler saw Principal Shi _Tu Chen Hong took out his phone and handed it to Su Wenyao. Quick, help me take a photo with Building 1. After they finished taking the photo, Chen Hong sighed in relief. Just listening to Heewon and Bai Lian's conversation, he was already sweating for the new students this year. Speaking of which, Chen Hong remembered something. He patted Su Wenyao on the shoulder. Old Su, you actually dared to talk to Senior Heewon. I don't even dare to look him in the eyes. I'm afraid he'd think I'm stupid. Su Wenyao didn't respond to him this time, just picked up his phone and glanced at it. Bai Lian had posted 2 papers in the group. They had to calculate mirror distances. To the computer lab. Su Wenyao turned around. They were running out of time. Shanghai apartment. Pu Xiaohan got up at 2 in the morning to drink water. And when she looked up, there was still light shining through the crack in Bai Lian's study room door. Leaning on the table, she finished her cup of water. There seemed to be talking coming from the study. After she had her water, she quietly went back to the guest room. The phone on the nightstand was still lit up, and the Class 15 group chat still had a bunch of people awake. Wang Qi was tagging the sports committee, complaining about his lousy support play. After the college entrance exam, the students in the class had collectively slacked off for a few days, then became active again. Zhang Xiais was given a reduced sentence for good behavior, and he would be released in mid-September. Wang Qi claimed he wanted to get his technique down before his release. The next day, early morning, 5 o'clock. Under Building 11 of Shanghai apartment, a minivan stopped, and 2 men got out. After checking their phones one more time to confirm they were correct, they carried wooden boxes into the building. In front of apartment 301, the leading middle-aged man stood up straight and pressed the doorbell respectfully. With just one ring, someone opened the door. It was an extremely cold-faced man, his eyes like frosty stars. The middle-aged man didn't dare meet his gaze, only bowed respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Ming. Ming Dongheng gestured with his hand. Give it to me. The middle-aged man immediately handed over the food box he was holding. Ming Dongheng took the food box inside. The layout of apartment 301 was similar to that of 303, but the living room was a bit larger. He checked the time on his phone, then opened the food box and arranged the delicate pastries one by one. Bai Lian left her apartment at 5:10 in the morning. Ming Dongheng was waiting for her at the door. This early? As Bai Lian walked in, she saw the breakfast laid out on the table. She casually placed her computer on the bar by the entrance and started eating breakfast at the table. The breakfast on the table was exquisitely served. She picked up a soup dumpling and bit into it, smooth and juicy with a hearty filling. The crystal shrimp dumplings looked equally tempting as the shrimp inside was visible. Bai Lian usually didn't talk much while eating, she just quietly ate. Despite being quite casual, she also exuded a respectable demeanor. Ming Dongheng noticed she only ate the crystal shrimp dumplings and soup buns because Bai Lian was from Beijing, and her breakfast preference was usually for Beijing flavors. Yet he didn't expect she'd also enjoy breakfast from Jiangjing. He was somewhat surprised but noted these preferences. Ming Dongheng knew she was working on a mathematical model and had 2 other teammates, so he took out a paper bag from the box, packed 2 breakfasts for Bai Lian to bring to them. The rest of the breakfast was left for Xiaohan and Jiang He. The computer lab at Jiang University hadn't closed for the past 2 nights. When Bai Lian arrived, most of the seats in the lab were occupied. They were all students who hadn't gone back for the night, and were sleeping there. Some of them had woken up, some were still taking short naps. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were also dozing off at their usual spots. Bai Lian didn't call them but placed the breakfast she brought for them at the edge of her own desk. She had only made a slight movement when Su Wenyao and Chen Hong woke up. Bai Lian placed her laptop on the table, and seeing them awake, she lifted her chin and pointed to the breakfast on the table. They went to wash up at the restroom at the end of the corridor before coming back. This is so delicious. Chen Hong bit into a pancake roll, and felt instantly revitalized. In the front, a student who had just awoken smelled the breakfast and came over, curiously asking Chen Hong, "Chen Hong, where did you buy this breakfast from?" Chen Hong glanced at him, shook his head, and then looked at Bai Lian beside him. "I don't know." Bai Lian had already opened her laptop and was taking out a pen along with a stack of draft paper. "I didn't buy it." Chen Hong looked down at the paper bag. Only a butterfly-shaped logo was on the bag, no restaurant name written. He had never seen this butterfly mark before. Su Wenyao was having his breakfast. Overhearing their conversation, he too glanced at the bag holding the breakfast, recognizing the distinct butterfly logo. It was Kangyu Tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577. 227 Who Dares to Speak Up? The building butler saw Principal Sure_3 Jiangjing's old-time eateries only serve a limited number of breakfast items on a first-come, first-served basis every day, without the options for takeout or delivery. He had gone there with Qi Xian twice before, but never managed to taste their very famous crab roe soup dumplings. Now they've surprisingly started to branch out into new business and begin delivery. "Junior, why did you bring your own laptop?" Chen Hong opened the software to help Su Wenyao verify regression results. The school's computers are high-end Zhongxing models, much better than our personal ones. Only the computers in the lab can run MAT software. This is the most commonly used software for modeling, capable of drawing many types of charts. The software isn't domestic and isn't open to the public. According to international agreements, only Jiangjing University's computer labs have the permission to use it, which is why modeling students are practically glued to the labs. There are cracked versions outside, but they don't have all the features. All the students from Jiangjing's School of Engineering and Chemistry know this. Jiangjing has always had the most complete and high-end facilities, which is why so many people are desperate to get into this school. Chen Hong turned his head and just happened to see the blue and red logo of the MAT software on Bai Lian's laptop. A cracked version? Bai Lian didn't stay overnight in the school's computer lab. She left at 10 o'clock. Jiang Fulai's car wasn't parked under the computer science building, but at a less crowded intersection. Today he drove a silver sedan she had never seen before. She got into the passenger seat, placed her computer casually on her lap, and buckled herself in. Jiang Fulai's hand rested lazily on the steering wheel, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically. With his other hand, he switched off his Bluetooth headset. He didn't start the car. He was dressed in a white shirt, the cuffs casually rolled up to reveal a watch around his wrist. His side profile appeared even more aloof. Bai Lian hesitated, then chose her words carefully. "What's wrong?" "You chose He-Wen to be the advising teacher." Jiang Fulai spoke solemnly, tilting his gaze slightly, as his long eyelashes curled down, hiding those pale eyes underneath. The face that usually kept others at arm's length now seemed somewhat accusatory. Bai Lian's hand that was pulling out draft paper paused. Seeking He-Wen was because she had communicated with him many times about the model, and had worked together with him before. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were about to graduate from their senior year, and Bai Lian could hardly imagine what expression she would have to wear when Su Wenyao was being scolded by Jiang Fulai in front of her, especially since Su Wenyao had always treated her like an elder. What was most important was, even if Jiang Fulai hadn't said it, Bai Lian knew his influence here was definitely not small. When her name first appeared in He-Wen's papers, it caused quite a stir. If the name of Jiang Fulai appeared on a mathematical modeling competition, Bai Lian could not quite dare to envision the scene. Her hand pressed on the draft paper, But her mind was racing. The small-scale modeling competition was a bit of an underuse for you. But Hewan was just right. Jiang Fulai averted his eyes, grudgingly accepting the explanation. Have you encountered any problems? He started the car. No, with the crisis seemingly averted, Bai Lian leaned back. But Chen Hong said the MAT software can only be used in the school lab. Jiang Fulai said offhandedly, that's the theory. And in practice? At the red light, Jiang Fulai slowed down the car to a stop and remained silent, simply raising an eyebrow. He had been using it for quite a while. The lab at home, his apartment in Xiangqing, he had installed it everywhere. Who among those people in overseas labs would dare to make a peep? Time swiftly passed. July 13th, 11 o'clock at night. In these 3 days, Bai Lian and the other 3 members of the Su Wenyao team had only slept less than 6 hours. This session's problem A was difficult, and with not many people choosing it, they were pressed for time to finish the model and gather the last reception ratio. Afterwards, they only had 2 hours left to rush the coding. After submission, they would have to wait 2 months for the evaluation. We too can handle these. Chen Hong was typing as he said this. During these 2 days, he had been helping Bai Lian with calculations while writing the paper. Junior, you go and rest. You've worked hard these 3 days. Chen Hong and Su Wenyao were juniors, and they had plenty of experience writing papers during this period. Glancing through the summary, Chen Hong was writing at lightning speed. Bai Lian found it much better than what Wang Su had written before. It was barely acceptable, and she had no energy to help them polish it. So she didn't decline. Okay. Su Wenyao was verifying the last reception ratio. Looking up and seeing Bai Lian pick up her laptop, he remembered something. Will you go back for dinner the day after tomorrow? Su Ziyu's celebration dinner was tomorrow. Before knowing that Bai Lian had ranked first, the elderly lady had been delighted about Su Ziyu's high score. She had specially arranged a banquet for July 15th to entertain the Su family and some relatives and friends. She even wanted to throw a large banquet for Bai Lian, which Bai Lian had declined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578. 227 Who Dares to Speak Up? The building butler saw Principal Sure_4 Su and was also against Grandmother Su throwing a big celebration for Su Ziyue, considering Su Ziyu's shy personality. But the old lady of the Yu family had been too showy in the last couple of years. Grandmother Su couldn't swallow her pride, and had been rushing for quick success. Bai Lian took out her phone and looked down at it. Su Ziyue. Come. Su Ziyue. Shy, hey, Su Ziyue. Spinning. JP Su Ziyue. Spinning. JPG. Su Ziyue. Bai Lian. Stop. The screen scrolling came to an abrupt halt. Bai Lian packed away her computer into her canvas bag, pulled out her chair and stood up. We'll see how it goes. 7:15. In the afternoon at Shanghai apartment. Uncle Lin and Gao Yan were both at Bai Lian's place. Gao Yan sat at the edge of the table, talking with Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan. Jiangjing Media University, that's a really good school, said Gao Yan, quite surprised upon hearing Pu Xiaohan's chosen school. Remembering it was Bai Lian's alma mater. Bai Lian was from Xiangqing. It was one thing her own academic performance was excellent, but how come her classmates were also so impressive? Pu Xiaohan, with nearly 50 million online followers, just smiled modestly at Gao Yan's remark and poured her a cup of tea. Bai Lian sat beside Pu Xiaohan, looking slightly ragged due to lack of rest in the past few days. Today she managed to get out of bed not long ago. She was idly writing a reduced musical score on a piece of paper. The fingerprint lock outside beeped, signaling someone coming in. Gao Yan, Uncle Lin, and the others all looked up. The man at the door was Jiang Fulai, dressed in a silvery silk shirt with traditional Chinese button knots, making him appear distant and unapproachable. Gao Yan, who had been seated, stood up and greeted him, locking her eyes on Jiang Fulai. Although Jiang Fulai had always been respectful to her, Gao Yan was aware that his regard for her was because she was Gao's sister. But she would never grow careless because of Jiang Fulai's respect. Even old Master Su of the Su family would stand to greet Jiang Fulai, let alone her. Uncle Lin stood behind Gao Yan, bowing respectfully to Jiang Fulai. It seemed as though the atmosphere in the entire room stiffened inexplicably with his arrival. Jiang Fulai nodded slightly at her, very politely. Auntie. Pu Xiaohan had encountered Jiang Fulai more times in Xiangqing than Gao Yan had in her entire life, responding more casually than Uncle Lin and Gao Yan. Brother Jiang. Upon hearing Pu Xiaohan's address, Uncle Lin and Gao Yan couldn't help but glance her way. A tremor of shock ran through them. In Jiangjing, the ones who could call Jiang Fulai Brother Jiang were just the few like Su Nanjing. Bai Lian was the only one who hadn't stood up. She was casually propped up by one hand under her chin, her sleeve sliding down partially to reveal a bright red ribbon loosely tied around her slender wrist. It made her wrist look extremely pale. After she wrote down a line of text, she lazily looked up. Go fetch the gift my grandfather prepared. Ji Heng had embroidered a fine handkerchief for Su Jiyue. Jiang Fulai knew where the item was, and went into the study to retrieve the gift box from the second drawer. Uncle Lin, watching Jiang Fulai directly going to fetch the item while Bai Lian remained seated, subtly bowed his head. Where are you going? Gao Yan had invited Bai Lian to dine with her classmates, and before she could discuss it, she saw her leaving with Jiang Fulai. To Mingfeng District, Jiang Fulai opened the door, stepping aside to let Bai Lian go through first. He was going to escort Bai Lian to the Su family. After they left, Gao Yan lowered her head back and looked at Uncle Lin. Mingfeng District? What are they doing there? Mingfeng District was on the outskirts. Neither the Gao family nor the Su family had much business there, and people were seldomly sent down. They rarely went to that area. Pu Xiaohan, not being close with Gao Yan, did not explain to her. Gao Yan withdrew her gaze, looking down to see the scattered sheets of paper on the table. Some had numbers written on them like, for 5 right. But it was obvious that the handwriting on each piece of paper was very neat, stroke by stroke. Gao Yan didn't recognize these. Her gaze shifted to another sheet of paper that was filled with a bunch of formulas and algorithms. Gao Yan, too, was a gifted student, but she had left the laboratory after giving birth to Su Nanjing and couldn't recall what exactly Bai Lian was calculating. Only that it seemed to be the least squares method. She felt a bit dazed. Was this something she learned in high school? Gao Yan couldn't remember clearly. Uncle Lin by her side looked at Bai Lian's writing with admiration. Miss Bai's writing is very beautiful. She must have practiced specially. In Mingfeng District, a well-known villa area, the Su family, Jiang Fulai's silver car was parked at the entrance, his fingertips resting on the steering wheel, lowering the passenger side window, waiting for Bai Lian to come out. Bai Lian didn't plan to enter the Su family home, just delivering a gift to Su Jiyue and leaving. She had sent a message to Su Jiyue from the car, and Su Jiyue was waiting for her at the iron gate. Today Su Jiyue wore a knee-length dress, her bangs swept aside, her hair styled, revealing a petite face and a pair of shiny dark eyes. When Bai Lian saw her, she was standing by the iron gate with a flushed face, her fingers unconsciously pinching the hem of her dress. She was completely different from the person on WeChat. Bai Lian handed over the box in her hand nonchalantly, a lazy smile in her lowered eyes. Go back inside. Today, she wore a dress made by Ji Heng, a snow-white cheongsam with a waist belt of the same color, her ink-black hair loosely held by a wooden pin. The sunlight spilled over her fair, jade-like side profile, dimming in comparison to her smile. Su Jiyue looked back 3 steps at a time as she walked away. Only after her figure had disappeared did Bai Lian retract her smile, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the left. She turned and got back into the car. Jiang Fulai drove forward. What's wrong? Nothing. Bai Lian leaned back. It was just an unfriendly stare. She opened her cell phone and inquired to Su Wenyao. Who have your family invited this time? As soon as she sent the message, a call came through on her phone from Ji Xiaojun. Uncle. Bai Lian turned off the Bluetooth and answered. Ji Xiaojun was timing his call to coincide with her break time. Come over for dinner tonight. It's been several days since you last visited, and your aunt has stewed a tonic soup for you. If you don't have time, we can deliver it to you. Ji Hung had heard from Jiang He that Bai Lian had been staying at school the last few days, hadn't been sleeping well at night, and had nearly rushed to Jiangjing himself. Bai Lian rolled down the window, resting her hand on it, smiling. I'm going to see Dean Jian in a bit. I'll come see you guys in a few days and stay a bit longer. On the other end of the phone, Ji Xiaojun thought for a moment. All right, I'll deliver the soup to you today. He hung up cheerily. On the sofa, the butler looked towards Ji Xiaojun. Your niece? Yes. Ji Xiaojun put his phone on the table, stood up, a clear joy on his face. I'll go deliver the soup to her. The butler knew. Ji Xiaojun never referred to Ren Wanxian as his niece. It was unclear why Ji Xiaojun was so favorable towards Bai Lian, but right now, he didn't want to waste Ji Xian's time. After pondering for a moment, continue your studies with the teacher. I'll deliver it to Miss Bai for you. She's still in Chang'an district, right? It's a long way there and back. I'll save you the trouble. Because Ji Xiaojun was talented, the butler had changed the way he addressed Bai Lian. You, hearing the butler say this, Ji Xiaojun paused, seemingly contemplating for a long time before agreeing. All right, please tell her to take good rest for me. That evening, Xiaojie parked the car in front of Building 11 of Shanghai apartment. The butler got out of the back seat, and Xiaojie emerged from the driver's side, eyeing the building number. It should be this place, right? The butler took out his phone, squinted at it for a while, confirmed it was correct, and then the two of them entered together. On the third floor, they had no intention of taking the stairs and waited for the elevator to come down at the elevator lobby. The elevator was descending from the third floor. It opened with a ding, containing only an old man. The butler glanced indifferently, stepping slightly aside to make room. The old man didn't look at them and walked past. As the old man passed him by, the butler suddenly paused, turned to look at the receding figure. You are Principal sure? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579. The Mu family's hope. The arrogant offspring of Chunyi _1 stopped when he heard the voice. He was still wearing his glasses and turned around at the door to look at the butler, unable to remember him. You are. The butler's hair was speckled with white, his skin loose and wrinkled, and his pair of eyes cloudy and unfocused, revealing no particular sense of vitality. Our young master used to be your student. Shiyu didn't remember his own butler, which wasn't a surprise to the butler, his attitude respectful. I have met you before. Shiyu had encountered numerous students and parents, so naturally he didn't remember people he had met over a decade ago who were not significant. Upon hearing this, he merely nodded slightly toward the butler, then immediately took a call and left. The butler stood at the elevator for a long time before finally lowering his gaze and entering. Do you know him? In the elevator, Xiaojie curiously looked at the butler. Yes, the butler responded indifferently without much interest. The principal of Jiangjing University. Butler had met Principal Shi. Back when Mu Qiong was still around, Shiyu was the vice principal of Jiangjing, and had visited the Mu family. The butler had been with Mu Qiong since she was small and had met Shiyu. There wasn't a tradition of promoting from another location at Jiang University, so after all these years, Principal Shi must have been confirmed in his position. The principal of Jiang University? Xiaojie regretted not having taken a better look earlier. How come he is here? The butler was lost in memories and did not reply. At 3:03, the door was opened by Pu Xiaohan, who was still holding a black chess piece in her hand. She took the thermos from the butler. Bai Lian has gone out. Would you like to come in for some tea? No need. The butler shook his head, vaguely seeing what seemed to be a boy in the living room. He turned and took Xiaojie away. When they got on the elevator, Xiaojie pressed the elevator button, and suddenly recalled. That Principal Shi had just come down from the third floor, right? Jiangyin Art Building. Bai Xiaoqi was learning in the office with her teacher, who mostly gave one-on-one private lessons. Xiaoqi. The handsome young man outside came very early today. The girl next to Bai Xiaoqi stood up and whispered in her ear. Bai Xiaoqi turned her head and saw Songmin waiting at the door, wearing a white t-shirt, casually scrolling on his phone with downcast eyes. He was always aloof and rarely spoke. Especially recently, his gaze seemed colder, making him even more unapproachable. And his interactions with Bai Xiaoqi had become even less frequent. It had only been a couple of days since Song Min arrived in Jiangjing. He had a driver's license, so Mrs. Song let him come to pick her up. Bai Xiaoqi and the girl left the room, and the three of them entered the elevator together. Many Jiangyin students had gone abroad for study during summer vacation, so the art building was empty. The elevator had only them. As the doors closed, Bai Xiaoqi, standing by the door, pressed for the first floor. The art building had 7 floors, and they were on the 6th floor. Her glance fell on the middle button for the 3rd floor, which sported a forbidden sign, making her wonder. "Oh, that." The girl next to Bai Xiaoqi answered with a smile. "The 3rd and 4th floors are recording studios. The 3rd floor's studio must be used by some big shot. Usually, you can't go in there during such times. How I wish I could go in and record on my own someday." The girl's voice was filled with longing. Jiangyin boasted the best recording studios in all of Asia, and was also well known internationally. Not to mention domestically, a bunch of people from overseas came to Jiangyin for these studios. Both Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min glanced at the 3rd floor, which was marked with no entry. 3rd floor, recording studio. Ding Jian's right hand played 4 notes all on one string to the right, the melody flowing naturally like echoes from a distant mountain. Bai Lian stood beside him, slowly and meticulously fitting her tortoiseshell artificial nails on her fingers while bowing her head. After playing that segment, Ding Jian stood up and moved aside. "It's roughly this tune, try it for yourself." Bai Lian sat down, lifted her hands, and replicated the segment Ding Jian had just adjusted. As she raised her arm, her strength flowed to her fingertips. Although it was the same tone, it always sounded more resonant when she played. Ding Jian retreated next door, listening to the playback recorded by the staff. "Ding Jian, is this your disciple?" The recording engineer hadn't seen Ding Jian's students before, and was just amazed at Bai Lian's musical ear. "Why haven't I heard of her previously?" There were many who studied the guzheng at the school. Naturally, the most outstanding was Ding Jian, and next were his 3 disciples. Leng Shuhe was the only female among them and was quite famous in Jiangjing. Naturally, the recording engineer thought of her. Upon hearing this, Ding Jian looked up at the girl still working the guzheng in the footage. Bai Lian had always said she wasn't as good at playing the guzheng as her teacher or her mysterious senior sister. With her already profound musical sense, who exactly were the other 2? He had scoured the guzheng players and hadn't found a teacher from the same faction as Bai Lian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580. The Mu family's hope, the arrogant offspring of Chen Yi_2. "It's not her. Shu's sense of music isn't as good as hers," Ding Jian replied to him. "Such a musical sense is a real pity not to be involved in music. How big is the likelihood of snatching her from Jiang University?" Ding Jian pondered this at the bottom of his heart. Meanwhile, the recording engineer was surprised. If it wasn't Leng Shuhe, then who was this girl? He watched through the camera as Bai Lian gently placed her hands on the strings and looked up to speak with the man beside her. The boy was dressed in a crisp white shirt and seemed to have felt the gaze as he glanced indifferently towards the camera. The recording engineer immediately lowered his head as his gaze met those pale, faint eyes. After listening to all the recordings, Ding Jian said, "It's about there, Teacher Zhao. Thank you for your hard work." With headphones on, the recording engineer enjoyed a feast for the ears in the top-notch recording studio combined with Bai Lian's and Ding Jian's collaboration. "Miss Bai," the recording engineer said after listening to the recording. As Bai Lian was taking off her artificial nails, braving Jiang Fulai's chilly aura, he took out his phone to add Bai Lian on WeChat. "If you want to record anything in the future, just come directly to me." Bai Lian took out her phone and allowed him to scan the QR code. Soon, she received an ad request notification, Zhao Jianxin. Bai Lian accepted it. Only after Bai Lian and the other 2 left did Zhao Jianxin finally breathe a sigh of relief. looking at the tall and cool silhouette beside Bai Lian. After they left, a staff member approached Zhao Jianxin. "Mr. Zhao, the principal is still waiting for you." "Yeah." Zhao Jianxin packed up his things to leave. "Your school's equipment is really good. When can you lend it to our music station to use?" Around 8 in the evening, Dean Jian led by Lian and Jiang Fulai through Pomegranate Grove to an octagonal 2-story loft to the south, surrounded by a circular colonnade. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the street lights on either side were on. The security guard in the booth at the front of the small building stood up quickly when he saw Dean Jian. "Dean Jian." "Open the door," Dean Jian said, looking at the wooden door that were shut, his hands hanging by his sides. "We're here to pay respects to our ancestors." The guard had already taken out an old-fashioned long key to unlock the door. Dean Jian led the way up the steps inside. As he set foot on the porch, he noticed that the others hadn't followed and turned around at the door to look at Bai Lian. "Not coming in?" "Yeah." Bai Lian snapped back to reality and stepped up the stairs. Jiang Fulai stayed outside, merely looking up at the loft without entering. The loft wasn't large, and entering it one could see a spirit tablet set up for offering incense to the deity statue. Behind the statue was a staircase. Bai Lian took the incense that Dean Jian handed her, lit it, and stood in front of the spirit tablet. Her gaze became slightly vacant, touching upon the numbers on Qin Jiu's tablet. Qin Jiu had passed away in peace. It seems Jiang Yi hadn't mistreated him. Compared to Bai Lian, Dean Jian was extremely respectful. From the moment he stepped into the loft, his expression was solemn, and he bowed 3 times before inserting the incense. Qin Jiu is the belief of Jianjian Sither masters and disciples. Whether for exams or work changes, these people would come to pay respects to the ancestor. With the Zither, this huge sect, Qin Jiu occupied half of the territory. After he finished offering incense, he noticed Bai Lian was still fixedly looking at the tablet without moving. Her dark eyes were cast upon the tablet, but her gaze seemed a bit distracted. Several minutes later, Bai Lian came back to her senses and inserted the partially burned incense into place. Shanghai apartment. In 303, when Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian returned, Pu Xiaohan and Jiang He were playing Go in the living room. Jiang He was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, holding a white stone across from Pu Xiaohan. Seeing Pu Xiaohan place a stone, he unthinkingly placed his white stone on a spot. "Wait." Pu Xiaohan picked up the white stone he had just placed and returned it to him, also retrieving her own black stone. "Birdie, give me another chance, I placed it wrong just now." She put her black stone where Jiang He had just placed his. "Jiang He." No one touched the piece of paper Bai Lian left on the table. Pu Xiaohan couldn't understand any of it. In 303, except for Jiang Fulai, no one dared to tidy up Bai Lian's stuff, fearing they might carelessly lose her important data. "Right." Pu Xiaohan retracted another stone, then looked up at Bai Lian. "Previously, Principal Shi came looking for you, and also, an elderly person delivered soup for you." She pointed to the thermos on the table. Bai Lian was aware, but she wondered what Principal Shi wanted with her. She bowed her head to take out her phone, and sent a message to Principal Shi. Shunyu replied quickly. "The dean of the Chinese department is looking for you. When can you come to the university? He waited for you all afternoon today, and has an academic conference tomorrow. He'll return the day after tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 581. The Mu family's hope. The arrogant offspring of Chen Yi _3 Bai Lian didn't understand why someone from the Department of Chinese Language and Literature was looking for her. "I'm going to my uncle's the day after tomorrow." Shunyu felt gloomy on the other end. How could it be the uncle again? "Let's meet up another time then." She happened to see Su Wenyo's message, which he replied to the group that went to the Su family today. Aside from them, there were also people from the Yu family. The Yu family? Bai Lian tapped her fingertips on the screen, thoughtfully pondering the uncomfortable gaze she felt at the door that afternoon, wondering who it was. Next to her, Jiang Fulai glanced at the thermos and sent a message to Ming Dongheng to take it back to room 301 to reheat. Oh no. Pu Xiaohan stood up, having been tormented by Jiang He all night. Lian, you must avenge me. Bai Lian raised her eyebrows. She casually crossed her legs and sat down. Her pale fingertips picked up a black ghost stone, and she gave Jiang He a nonchalant glance. With that look, Jiang He knew he was in trouble. Pu Xiaohan was beside Bai Lian, massaging her shoulders. Go Lian. 1 minute later. The black stones lost. 30 seconds later. The black stones lost. The black stones lost again. Pu Xiaohan hammered her back even more vigorously. Lian is so powerful. Jiang He. He couldn't help it and looked up at Jiang Fulai, who was sitting off to the side with his legs crossed, watching the excitement. Jiang Fulai was holding a teacup, gently blowing on the tea foam before taking a sip, then glanced at Jiang He slowly and indifferently with an air of laziness and nobility. But Jiang He saw clearly the undisguised mockery in his eyes. Not only did he not help, but he also ridiculed him. On the 17th, Bai Lian went to Ji Shan's home. You haven't lost weight. Shen Qing bought a bunch of groceries and kept them at home. As soon as Bai Lian arrived, she examined her from head to toe, nodding. You also look well. This physical condition clearly surpasses Tang Ming and Ning Xiao by a great deal. Those two guys couldn't handle a single all-nighter at Wu Yuan before. Shen Qing was relieved. Bai Lian stayed here for one night and didn't leave the next day either. Afternoon. Xiaojie brought Ji Xiaojun back. After getting out of the car, Ji Xiaojun looked at the butler inside. Would you like to come up for a meal? Alien came yesterday. He and Shen Qing usually eat quite casually, but when Bai Lian came, both of them became excellent chefs. No, I'll just go up for a visit. The butler's face was full of exhaustion. Whenever he met Principal Shi, he inevitably remembered Master Mu Qiong. The butler had been assigned to him since Mu Qiong was born. After Mu Qiong passed away, the old Mr. Mu was deeply affected, and the butler was no less so. You should get ready for the banquet at the end of the month. The butler got out of the car and walked with Ji Xiaojun toward the elevator. The young miss will take you. Ji Xiaojun had only met Mu Yining a few times. The two of them talked all the way up about company and banquet matters until Ji Xiaojun opened the door. It was then that the butler stopped. Inside the apartment, Bai Lian was sitting on the couch. She was dressed in casual clothing, her eyes slightly downcast, playing with her phone and swiping through the Jiangjing app problems. When she saw Ji Xiaojun return, she lazily greeted him. Then she continued calmly tapping through the questions. A WeChat message flashed across her phone's banner. Su Jiyue. As 5 slok, Bai Lian didn't understand and clicked to take a look. The other side didn't reply, and just as she was about to, her phone rang. It was Principal Shi's call. Next to her, the butler was still chatting with Ji Xiaojun. The butler glanced at Bai Lian, and seeing that she was going to the balcony to answer the call, he didn't ask more. The dean of the Chinese department has some free time to come back. Are you home? In order to avoid missing Bai Lian again, Shen Yu had learned to call Bai Lian in advance. Uncle's place. Bai Lian rested her hand on the balcony railing, concise and to the point. On the other end of the phone, Shen Yu paused, looking at the people in his office. Do you have time to come to the school? Bai Lian tapped her fingers on the railing, pondering for a moment. Then I'll head back to school first. Great. Shen Yu was very excited. Bai Lian hung up the phone, pushed open the balcony door to come out, and bid farewell to Ji Xiaojun. Leaving now. Hearing Bai Lian was about to leave, Ji Xiaojun quickly stood up. It was rather abrupt. Yes, Bai Lian bowed slightly, picked up a book from the side, stood up and said softly, something came up, and Xiaohan is also still at my place. The butler held his teacup and glanced at the book. It was just 2 basic music theory books, and with disinterest, he retracted his gaze and took a sip of tea. With that sip, the butler paused involuntarily. He naturally could tell the quality of the tea, and Ji Xiaojun didn't care much for tea. The tea he had previously at Ji Xian's place was common market fare. This tea seemed a bit like the one he had tasted before at Ji Heng's, and the butler found it strange. Ji Xiaojun knew Xiaohan was staying with Bai Lian. You even bring her with you for meals. Her parents visit your grandfather every week. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582. The Mu family's hope, the arrogant offspring of Chunyi_4 he escorted Bai Lian out. Xiaojie also stood up, taking his car keys. Miss Bai, where are you going? Let me drive you. No need. Bai Lian said with her books in hand unhurriedly. We'll take the bus. She always had a strong sense of boundaries. After Bai Lian left, the butler turned to look at Ji Xiaojun. Xiaohan? Alien's classmate. Ji Xiaojun mentioned Pu Xiaohan and smiled. Bai Lian's classmate? The butler nodded, not asking further, only looked at Ji Xiaojun. He was also considered a hope for the Mu family, right? At the bus stop, Bai Lian looked down waiting for the bus while reviewing questions. There was another message on WeChat, this time from Heewon. The whole group failed to write, getting scolded by everyone. JPG. Not a day without being yelled at. JPG moldy mushroom. JPG. Bai Lian knew at a glance that he must have been scolded again. Bai Jian. Use your brain. She closed the chat window, and a message from Su Jiyue popped up. RTBP, QW/ FSMClopsidox. Like random characters sent by rolling one's face over the phone, Bai Lian paused. Where are you? This time, the reply was straightforward. Su Jiyue. Location. Su Jiyue. Room 207. Bai Lian clicked into see. It was a club in Yunxiao district, unknown by name. Su Jiyue didn't seem like someone who would go to clubs, and Bai Lian remembered the outfit Su Jiyue wore the last time she went to the Su family, which didn't match Su Ziyu's taste either. Perhaps because of Jiang He, Bai Lian had always been friendly with Su Jiyue. Bus 71 stopped in front of Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked up, didn't get on, and instead hailed a taxi. In Yunxiao District's Paradise Club, room 207 was not a VIP room. The door was opened by a waiter. Inside, the lighting was dim. A group of young men and women were partying together. Hearing the sound, they turned their gaze to the door, immediately spotting the girl standing behind the waiter. The girl was dressed in a white casual outfit, exceptionally simple and clean, with her hair loosely tied up, revealing a naturally exquisite face. The room was dimly lit, yet the girl seemed to be shrouded in a layer of light, her left arm bending to hold two rather thick books, her eyes appearing languid, the reflection in her dark pupils capturing the room's light, exuding an artistic and gentle aura. In this luxurious room, she unexpectedly brought a sense of innocence. It was like a deer had stumbled into a pack of wolves. The room fell silent for a moment. A man in a black vest holding a cigar blew out a cloud of smoke, resting his foot on the coffee table, and whistled at Bai Lian. You young master, where'd you find this schoolgirl? She looks like she's studying art. The young master that the man referred to was sitting with his back to Bai Lian, his hand on a girl's chin and a drink in the other. Upon hearing this, he let go and stood up to look towards the door. Dressed in a blue shirt with several buttons undone, he exuded a dapper and rakish charm. Seeing Bai Lian, his eyes narrowed, an undeniable determination in his gaze. Su Ziyu's sister? Just right, she doesn't drink, so you drink in her place. He extended the drink in his hand towards Bai Lian. Hearing this, the Su Jiyue beside him hurriedly looked up, her face unnaturally flushed, staggering to her feet. I'll drink. She reached out to grab the wine glass from Mr. Ye's hand. As she looked up, the clearly visible purple bruises on her jaw came into view. Bai Lian's nonchalant expression slowly faded away. Miss Su, don't rush. Mr. Ye's gaze didn't leave Bai Lian. If you want to drink, there will be plenty of chances. He passed the wine glass in his hand to Bai Lian. Bai Lian reached out and took it. The others in the private room laughed, not surprised at all. Mr. Yu fixed his gaze on Bai Lian, unbuttoning another button and licked his lips. You're much more sensible than your sister. Don't drink it. Su Jiyue didn't expect Bai Lian to take the wine. She clutched Bai Lian's arm, her dark eyes filled with terror. How did you get here? She tried to grab the wine in Bai Lian's right hand, holding the base of the tall glass, but the glass wouldn't budge. Su Jiyue blinked in confusion. Bai Lian noticed her mind didn't seem quite clear, and then casually tossed a book with her left hand onto the coffee table. Bending down, She seemed to sniff the fragrance of the wine, and as expected, it was spiked. She looked up, took 2 steps forward, and under the heavy shadow, poured the entire glass of wine over Mr. Ye's head, splashing some on her own hand. She frowned and reached for a tissue, calmly wiping the back of her hand. She stared at Mr. Yu and coolly asked, "Would you like another drink?" In the private room, no one had anticipated someone would dare to mess with Mr. Yu to such an extent. The lively room instantly fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Mr. Yu wiped the wine off his face. Accustomed to being flattered by others, it was the first time he'd been publicly shamed, and his complexion was exceedingly ugly. Good, very good. A few lackeys immediately brought over 3 bottles of wine, and tried to help capture Bai Lian, to forcibly pour the liquor into her. They hadn't even touched Bai Lian's collar before she kicked them aside. The loud noise momentarily startled Su Jiyue into clarity, and she frantically shook her head at Bai Lian, her voice tinged with sobs. "You should go, don't worry about me. This is Yu Hongjing, his sister Yu Hongyi is a favorite of the Qin family. He's Yu Hongyi's only brother." TCH. Yu Hongjing wiped his face, fixating his stare on Bai Lian's face. "Now you're scared, eh?" "I'm telling you, it's no use, get her for me." Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked over onto the coffee table behind him. Bang! Wine glasses and bottles scattered all over the table. In an instant, Yu Hongjing spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He hadn't expected someone to still dare to attack him after hearing his name. You really are." Yu Hongjing felt his ribs break as he propped himself up with his hands and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Today there was only a wooden hairpin in her hair, which was a bit disheveled from the scuffle. Bai Lian removed the hairpin, leisurely and methodically wrapping her hair up again. Her head bowed slightly, her ink-black hair loosely hanging down. The hem of her white pants now stained with a droplet of Yu Hongjing's blood. Apart from Su Jiyue, most around her were sprawled chaotically on the ground. And yet there she was, casually redoing her hair in such a place. Those who came here were either rich or noble, guests that regular members couldn't afford to offend, and the moment they sensed trouble, they called the police. The bar was just down the street, where, to prevent incidents, an outpost had been set up. In less than 5 minutes, the sound of police sirens could be heard outside. Yu Hongjing glared at her fiercely, and upon hearing the siren he staggered to his feet. "It's over, no matter who you are, let me tell you you're finished." Bai Lian's eyelashes carelessly drooped as she finished arranging her hair, toying with a lighter in her hand, her fingers pressing the lighter, causing a ghostly blue flame to emerge. Jiangjing, someone Su Jiyue would call a person of the Qin family. Listening to the sound of the sirens, Bai Lian glanced down at Yu Hongjing. A person of the Qin family? A descendant of Qin Yi? What Qin Yi? Yu Hongjing had completely different associations in mind. He thought Bai Lian was referring to Qin Yi as an honorific. He scoffed. "It's no use even if you find Qin Yi. Jiangjing University." Shen Yu sat in his office and the middle-aged man next to him paced back and forth, glancing at his wristwatch. "Principal, she should have arrived by now, right?" Having met Bai Lian twice, he knew her as an extremely polite person. Shen Yu looked at the darkening sky and also found it strange. Picking up the microphone on his desk, he said, "I'll give her a call. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 583. 229 Detained. An ancestor _1 Shen Yu held the receiver in his left hand and dialed a string of numbers directly with his right. Although he had only seen it once, he remembered Bai Lian's number and didn't need to look it up deliberately. The phone rang several times, but no one answered. Beside him, the dean of the Chinese department sat back down, picked up his now cold tea, and stared at Shen Yu without blinking. The call disconnected automatically. If Bai Lian were in the library, Shen Yu could understand an automatic disconnect due to silence mode, but she had already said she was coming to the university, so he put the receiver back on the cradle. It was a bit strange. Guessing that Bai Lian might be close to arriving, Shen Yu waited for a while before looking up at the dean of the Chinese department. "Dean Shu, Bai Lian wants to test into the Tongfeng class. Dean Shu had very short hair, and sat there exuding a scholarly elegance that seemed to calm the passage of time. Upon hearing Shen Ye's words, he put down his teacup and said, "I know." The dean did not say anything else. Shen Yu had communicated with Bai Lian's homeroom teacher, and knew that Bai Lian was an extremely studious and respectful student after interacting with her twice. Speaking with Bai Lian was truly comfortable, with a gentlemanly demeanor and a humility that was self-cultivating. Shen Yu felt that she must have been influenced by great literary figures in her childhood, as this kind of cultural sophistication wasn't possessed by just anyone. However, he also wondered which reclusive literary figure from Xiangqing was responsible for it. Dean Shu looking for Bai Lian did not surprise Shen Yu. There was only one perfect score essay this year, and he was sure the dean knew who wrote it. Unfortunately, it was Bai Lian who wrote that essay. If it had been any other student with average grades, Dean Shu would have gone out of his way to admit the student to Jiang University's Chinese department. Concerned about Bai Lian, Shen Yu reached out to redial her number. This time, after 2 rings, the call was hung up. His usual impassive expression vanished, and he looked down at the phone for several seconds before pressing the redial. "Hello, the number you have dialed is now switched off." This time it went straight to voicemail. Shen Yu stood up and put the receiver down. "What's wrong?" Dean Shu saw his uneasy expression. "Her phone has been switched off by someone," Shen Yu said, his face growing dark as he took out his own phone. It had been switched off by someone, not her. In Yunshao district, at the police station, the man in charge of the case turned off the continuously ringing mobile phone, resting his hand on the table. "I wouldn't have guessed, you really hit hard." He had already ascertained that this girl was not from Jiangjing, and that she had only a single grandparent at home. Bai Lian glanced at him and ignored his comment, just looking at the turned-off mobile phone. The internal line rang, and he stood up to answer it outside. The policewoman who took over came in and sat across from Bai Lian, continuing the interrogation. She looked down at the written record, then raised her head to look at the girl opposite her. "Do you have anything to add? Was it really you who hit her?" The girl opposite propped her chin with her hand, her black hair meticulously tied up, dressed in snow-white attire, her eyes cold and dark. She didn't seem to be in a good mood. Although both parties had already accused her of the assault, the policewoman still found it hard to believe upon seeing her. "Yes," Bai Lian admitted without denial. The policewoman hesitated to speak, but eventually pulled out a piece of paper for Bai Lian to fill out her information. Bai Lian took it, glanced down briefly and filled in her name, phone number and Jiangjing address. Her handwriting was neat and beautiful, making the policewoman increasingly feel that she was not the sort to attack someone. After writing everything down, Bai Lian looked up at the nameplate in front of the policewoman. "Officer Sun, how is my friend doing?" "She's been taken to the hospital." "Don't worry," Officer Sun was experienced, pausing before continuing. "We're waiting for her follow-up medical report. However, you should try to resolve this peacefully with them." In Jiangjing, Sun had met all sorts of people and understood the situation as soon as she saw Su Jiyue. She grasped what kind of scenario this was. Yet, she found it incredible to believe the level of force this girl before her was capable of. The interrogation room was bugged, so Officer Sun couldn't reveal too much, and only subtly hinted to Bai Lian that the person she had hit was not to be trifled with. In Jiangjing, gold could be found everywhere, and one had to tread carefully not to stumble upon it. Bai Lian's information had been recorded when she was in the police car. Not a local, and it seemed her family wasn't well connected. Faced with the wealthy youths of Jiangjing, Officer Sun felt overwhelmed. "May I have my phone, please?" Bai Lian's gaze fell on the mobile phone next to Officer Sunday. The mobile phone was supposed to be confiscated after entering the interrogation room. Officer Sun looked at Bai Lian and hesitated for a moment. "Tell me who to contact and I'll help you." She pressed the power button to turn on the phone. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 854. Grandpa 332, Security Bureau _2 Chin Baixuan's eyes, cold and sharp, narrowed as he spoke with full authority. I want to see her. Sorry, Susu sent an email to his superiors. Even if your old master comes today, he won't be able to see her. The incident with Bai Lian has affected not only the Mu family, but also the Su family and the Bai family. The next day, the web of relationships currently surrounding Bai Lian was uncovered. On the third day, the research institute collaborating with the Mu family was affected, and Suen's entire industry had to undergo an investigation. Although the matter hadn't gone public, Mu Yining had also received a notification from the higher-ups. She was now restarting the Mu family's 4 research institutes, and had obtained a batch of funds. Aside from the 3 heavy industry research institutes still under construction, the Pharmaceutical Research Institute was already not on the right track. But just at this time, the Medical Research Institute was ordered to halt its operations. In recent days, Jiangjing's actions had indeed been significant. Without the news of Bai Lian, the Mu family was naturally in the dark about what exactly had gone wrong in the chain of events. But the official document had already reached the Research Institute cooperating with the Mu family and Xiankong. The other 3 heavy industry research institutes, also providing machinery for the seawater purification project, were still on standby. The Mu family convened an emergency meeting first thing in the morning. Apart from Mu Yining, no one knew the news about Bai Lian, and they were all in a state of panic. Mu Yining didn't hide the situation from these people, and directly told them about Bai Lian's temporary status. Because of Bai Lian, they all had to cooperate with the investigation. Those present were shrewd. As soon as Mu Yining had spoken, they knew the situation was serious. In the scientific research community's reshuffling, even a large family could not withstand it, let alone the Mu family. Over a decade ago, the Mu family had already suffered a severe blow. This time, they absolutely could not follow in the same footsteps. Mu Zhendong's face was ashen as he rose to his feet. I remember Bai Lian is not in the Mu family genealogy. She does not count as a member of the Mu family. What he meant was he wanted Mu Yining not to get involved in this mess. To protect oneself wisely. After the ordeal of more than a decade ago, the Mu family was truly frightened. Impossible. Mu Yining looked up, her voice resolute. I will tell Dad to help Alien gather evidence. Mu Zhendong pursed his lips, looking at Mu Yining as if she were crazy. Mu Yining, now is not the time to be angry with me. Whether it's her affair or not, if she gets into trouble, our Mu family cannot escape involvement. It was not the question of whether Bai Lian was in trouble or not, but Mu Zhendong and the others knew that if Bai Lian were the only suspect, in the end, whether it was her or not, it could very likely end up being her. Uncle, you don't believe her? Mu Yining remained silent, but Mu Zhao, standing behind her, looked up. Do you believe him? Mu Zhendong asked Mu Zhao, somewhat incredulously. Mu Yining lowered her eyes to sip her tea, signaling her position. After muttering to himself for a while, Mu Zhendong left with a sweep of his sleeve. I see you really are crazy. Upon leaving, he immediately instructed someone to buy him a plane ticket, and started to tally his assets. Mu Yining turned to the others present and restated her stance. She is a descendant of the Mu family. I believe in her. Those who are afraid of being implicated are free to terminate their contracts with us ahead of time. Aside. The butler looked at Mu Yining without interrupting, only asking Mu Zhao, do you really believe in Miss Bai that much? Sister Bai, she scored full marks on her college entrance examination, Mu Zhao simply stated. The butler did not understand why Mu Zhao would bring this up out of nowhere. What did Bai Lian's full score in the college entrance exam have to do with this? Her essay also received full marks. Mu Zhao turned his head looking at the butler. An essay full of power that trended online. One cannot write such an essay without sentiment. If you think she is problematic, you might as well believe I'm Emperor Jiangwu. The butler. What kind of statement was Mu Zhao making? Meanwhile, the Bai family was facing a similar situation. Bai Qiming had not received news from Bai Lian for a long time. Lately, Bai Shaoqi's collaboration with Song Min had been going well, though Bai Shuk's apprenticeship process had been somewhat affected. The official document had been delivered to the Bai family. Bai Qiming was shocked. They had not been in contact with Bai Lian, and did not know the current situation in Jiangjing. He only called Bai Xiaoke. Bai Xiaoke was also unclear about Bai Lian's situation. But since it involved an academy, he had heard some rumors in the laboratory. Over the phone he spoke somberly. I've also been sent out of the laboratory by the professor. It seems her component is problematic. Dad, you should prepare early. This news startled Bai Qiming. The entire Bai family had never encountered such a situation. And the wish of Bai Lian's great-uncle to bring her back into the Bai family tree had never been revoked. Suddenly facing this issue, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. Uncle Qiming. Guo Yueqing had not yet registered her marriage with Bai Qiming, but she had already been living with the Bai family since the new year. She took Bai Qiming's hand. There's no need to panic yet. Last year, she was no longer a member of our Bai family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 855. Grandpa 332, Security Bureau _3. Yes, the elder uncle no longer cared about glorifying his ancestors, or that Bai Lian was the nationally recognized top scholar he had longed for. She was already expelled from the family tree. You must quickly report this to the authorities. Just before this incident happened, the elder uncle had regretted letting Bai Lian leave. Now, however, he was relieved that they had the foresight to remove Bai Lian from the family tree early on. This approach won't do. Guo Yueqing lowered her eyes. Qiming, we should issue a news release to clearly state our position, and that we have long severed ties with her. Bai Qiming realized the situation and immediately had his assistant handle the public announcement. Within an hour, the Bai family found a reporter to release the news and clearly delineated their separation from Bai Lian. Even so, the Bai family's business was still affected, and several projects were halted. The Su family was also undergoing investigations. Many of Su En's projects were halted, which he had his assistant monitor closely. He was more concerned about Bai Lian's current situation than these projects. He didn't know where Bai Lian was, and she didn't answer her phone either. He then called Wen Yao. Wen Yao had ranked first in the written test and in the retest, earning a position as a graduate student under Director Huang. He hadn't boasted about this to anyone else, and was still following up on an important project with Director Huang. He usually didn't meet with outsiders. Upon receiving Su En's call, he was startled. Dad, wait a moment, I'll go find my teacher. After hanging up, Su En thought for a moment before grabbing his keys and heading to Shanghai apartment. Shanghai apartment. Today Ning Xiao was not there, but Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiais were in apartment 103 accompanying Ji Heng. Pu Xiaohan was holding a camera, taking pictures of Ji Heng's treasured fabrics in the yard. Grandpa, are these cloud brocade? A piece of cloud brocade, as valuable as gold. Under the sunlight, they shimmered brilliantly. Yes, Ji Heng held his pipe, looking at the fabrics. There's quite a bit left. I'll make a set of clothes for you and Alien. Wedding clothes. Zhang Xiais asked as he texted Ning Xiao. Ji Heng glanced at Zhang Xiais but didn't object. Someone rang the doorbell. Pu Xiaohan continued taking shots, directing Zhang Xiais to move the boxes for her. Ji Heng, holding his pipe, went to open the door. Dad. As Su En entered and saw Ji Heng's calm demeanor, he felt relieved but still asked, "Where is Alien? Why isn't her phone going through? Is she busy with some research again?" It was typical for Bai Lian to be busy with research. She often disappeared for a week at a time. Ji Heng was used to this, as Bai Lian had often studied late into the night, returning only at 11 since high school. Even before college, she worked on research with Wen Yao and then went abroad for further studies, sometimes gone for over a month. Ji Heng didn't care much about the initial part of the conversation until a particular phrase caught his attention. He stopped, holding his pipe, and looked up. Her phone is out of service? The day Zhang Xiais invited him for dinner, Bai Lian had messaged Ji Heng. She had mentioned being busy for a few days. Ji Heng took out his mobile phone to call Bai Lian. In the yard, upon hearing Su En's words, Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiais sensed trouble. They had not had the chance to stop Suen, and now they both set down what they were holding, looking at each other with concern. Bai Lian's phone was still off. Ji Heng set down his pipe, looking towards Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiai's. Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan, after a brief contemplation, knowing that Ji Heng would find out sooner or later, briefly explained the situation, although she did not know the specifics, only that Bai Lian was at the security bureau. Ji Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice calm as he turned and walked towards the room. The security bureau? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 856, 333, Come and check with me. Ji Heng's anger clearly exceeded their expectations. From the time they met Ji Heng, he had always been indifferently stable, his emotions not outwardly evident. One couldn't tell from his expression whether he was happy or angry. When Suen first visited Xiangqing, Ji Mulan had provoked Ji Heng due to Bai Lian's issue, but even then Ji Heng remained exceptionally composed. He had witnessed Bai Lian's imposing aura, and had even wondered who Bai Lian really resembled. At this moment, Ji Heng's narrowed eyes and the reined-in aura of his body made even Suen reluctant to meet his gaze. "Grandpa, please don't be angry, don't be angry," Pu Xiaohan reacted, going over to pat Ji Heng's back. "You must be fine. We are also waiting for Principal Shi's news. Third brother Su and sister Chen are following up on it as well." Ning Xiao was inquiring about this matter with Zhou Wenqing and Shenyu. Beside them, Suen, looking at Ji Heng's face, thought that Pu Xiaohan's reassurance was indeed not wrong. Ji Heng's expression was not one of anxiety, but rather, anger. It was very strange. Ji Heng calmed himself for a moment before heading to his own room. He reached into the bottom of a trunk and took out a sandalwood box which, if Bai Lian were here, she would certainly recognize. He had shown it to her before. The box still contained a pile of photographs. The woman in the black and white photos was gentle and beautiful. Ji Heng ran his hands over these photos, then reached to the bottom of the box. He took out a small batch from inside. When he came back out, Suen saw that Ji Heng was holding a cell phone in his hand. Ji Heng stopped and asked Suen about the current situation of the Su family. "It's all right. Suen's private equity mostly worked with overseas partners. Bai Lian wasn't legally included in the Su clan, nor was she his stepdaughter, so the impact wasn't significant. Things aren't looking great for President Mu for the time being." But it was different for the Mu family. Xian Kong was directly cooperating with the Mu family. It wasn't too favorable for the Mu family's Medical Research Institute. Ji Heng pursed his lips. "Let's go. I need you to drive me somewhere." Zhang Xiai's and Pu Xiaohan hadn't learned to drive yet, so of everyone in room 103, Suen was the only one who could drive. Suen quickly grabbed the car keys and followed Ji Heng. Ji Heng and Suen left the house, while Zhang Xiai's and Pu Xiaohan stayed in room 103, exchanging puzzled looks. Jiang University. Su Wenyao called Dean Huang. Dean Huang assured him to focus on the data, with only one sentence. "Don't worry, she won't have any problems." After hanging up the phone, Dean Huang looked at Yu Xinjing, who was sitting in the office chair, his complexion not looking very good. "Big brother, any news from the teacher?" "No." Yu Xinjing shook his head. The two of them fell silent again for a long while. The incident at the snowy mountains 20 years ago was not the end. This time, the impact was going to be even more serious. Academician Ma and Jiang Fulai, both of them, "Big brother, you need to get ready soon." Dean Huang straightened up and looked out the window. "Little sister signed the 925 secret contract. We have to prepare for her to move to the front and start accepting disciples on behalf of the teacher." The two of them knew that Bai Lian's research direction was the same as their teacher's. If Ma Tongfeng really didn't return this time, they had to be prepared to let her step into the limelight. Not many people knew about Bai Lian's situation. The one family. Right after when Jixia finished discussing the promotion project with Uncle Wen, she received a WeChat message from her former classmate at Beiqing High School, with a link. "I remember last year, the Bai family was saying that Bai Lian, the national top scorer, was part of their Bai family, So why are they now releasing news to dissociate themselves from her? Last year, the Bai clan had made several trips to Xiangqing but failed to bring Bai Lian back. When Jixia had heard about it too, but she had not given it much thought. Until now. When Jixia opened the news link, which was very straightforward, Bai Qiming publicly dissociated himself from Bai Lian, stating that as early as last year Bai Lian was no longer listed in the Bai family household register. Based on Wen Zixia's understanding of the Bai family, Bai Qiming would never release this news for no reason. When they saw Bai Shu's talent, they were willing to damage their own reputation and make repeated solicitations to have Bai Xiaoke returned to them. Now Bai Lian had demonstrated potential far exceeding Bai Shu's, and when Jixia did not believe the Bai family would give up on Bai Lian so easily, she pressed her phone, sending the news to Bai Lian and adding a question mark. Bai Lian did not reply directly. When Jixia was not surprised, sometimes Bai Lian was too busy with experiments to carry her phone. She would reply when she saw it. But this time, until 11 o'clock at night, Bai Lian still had not responded. When Jixia frowned, having just finished showering, while drying her hair, she called Bai Lian's phone, only to find it turned off. The hand that was drying her hair paused, and she turned to send a message to Pu Xiaohan. Of the friends Bai Lian made in Xiangqing, she was more familiar with Pu Xiaohan than others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587. Even your family's old man stepping in was useless. One The operator on the other end of the phone recognized Li Shaming's voice immediately and began to feel nervous. Today, Officer Zhang is on duty, and there's just one case of a brawl. Zhang Yiliang. As soon as Li Xiaoming heard mention of Officer Zhang, he knew who it was. Zhang Yiliang was his go-to person. Most of the leaders in the department had high hopes for him, and were preparing to promote him to inspector this year. Everything had been going smoothly, and Li Xiaoming was happy to groom him. But he hadn't expected such a slip-up from him today. Li Xiaoming directed his car onto the main road. Under normal circumstances, posting bail was enough to be released from detention, and nothing unusual would happen. But having heard what Principal Shi said, Li Xiaoming knew that Zhang Yiliang had screwed up today, detaining someone without offering the chance to post bail. Li Xiaoming felt a cold sweat break out on his back when he heard the operator's report. He knew that if this situation wasn't handled properly, their whole station, from top to bottom, would face a major reshuffle. At the station, Zhang Yiliang was negotiating with two young masters in the break room. The man in the blue-black shirt, with his legs crossed, dictated his statement to Zhang Yiliang. We just invited these two classmates to have a couple of drinks. She refused to drink and even beat us up like this. Zhang Yiliang nodded while jotting down notes. Looking for trouble, endangering public safety. Sun Fei poured a cup of water and headed to the detention room. Sun Fei, the elder by her side said, noting the direction she was headed, and knew she was going to see the girl. Officer Zhang hasn't left yet. Don't be too obvious. It's not entirely bad for her to be in detention. Otherwise, falling into the hands of those young masters, who knows what would have happened. Sun Fei pushed the door and entered. The female student was still sitting on the chair, although her posture was no longer as straight as before. She leaned against the back of the chair, her eyelashes lowered like a small animal basking in the sun's rays, looking particularly relaxed. She appeared calm and composed, as if she had no idea what had just happened. Have some water, Sun Fei said, placing the teacup on the table. Bai Lian opened her eyes and saw the white porcelain mug on the table. She picked it up. Did you send the message for me? She asked. Yes, Sun Fei recalled the last message Bai Lian had sent, which was to Xiaoqi. I told him to go to Yunxiao Hospital, but I don't know which ward your friend is in. Sun Fei had not been dispatched elsewhere, and only knew that all the individuals involved tonight were at Yunxiao Hospital. No problem. Bai Lian tapped her fingers lightly on the cup. Xiaoqi could find out such details on his own. She wasn't worried. Sun Fei watched as Bai Lian nonchalantly drank her tea, seemingly unaware of her current predicament, yet as if everything was under control. She was a person full of contradictions. I answered 2 calls for you, Sun Fei offered after she noticed Bai Lian drinking water. One seemed to be from your teacher, and the other from your brother. Bai Lian leaned back. Teacher brother? Yes, I told them about your situation. Sun Fei thought of the threatening undertone in the words of that, Mr. Su, and felt a sense of danger. They seemed to be on their way over. Su Wenyao? Bai Lian pondered briefly. The one who had been in close contact with her recently was Su Wenyao. Outside the station. In the evening, traffic was sparse. Lu Xiaoming was in Yunxiao district, and he was the closest to the station. It took him less than 10 minutes to get to the station. People here recognized his car, and as soon as he parked, someone came over to receive him. Chief Lu, what brings you here now? Lu Xiaoming's expression was grim. Who was detained tonight? A female student. Sun Fei is guarding her. Take me to see her, Lu Xiaoming said and headed straight for the detention room. His urgency palpable. Bring me the interrogation record and her files. The Su family lived in Xinjiang district, which was probably not a 10-minute drive away. Soon after, someone handed over Bai Lian's interrogation record and files to Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xiaoming walked while looking down, seeking trouble, intentional injury. These terms were unrelated to the brawl, and seemed to be judged from the perspective of the other party. His frown deepened as he flipped further to Bai Lian's personal information. Bai Lian female, not from Jiangjing, current address at Shanghai apartment. Data that could easily be overlooked. He closed the file just as someone opened the door to the detention room. The girl probably didn't expect anyone else to come in. She looked up unhurriedly, her dark pupils slightly surprised. Seeing she was unharmed, Lu Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Bai, please come with me to the office first. Sun Fei herself was standing at the door. She turned her head in surprise when she saw Lu Xiaoming asking Bai Lian to his office. Why is Chief Lu here? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588. Even your family's old man stepping in was useless. 2 The precinct was indeed large, and aside from major criminal cases, Sun Fei rarely saw Lu Xiaoming in person. Today's incident involved the Yu family, which certainly had some background, but they only contacted Chief Zhang. So, how did Lu Xiaoming come and take away Bai Lian? Lu Xiaoming brought Bai Lian to his office and made her a cup of tea. Please take a seat, Miss Bai. He didn't know what Bai Lian's relationship was with the Su family, but Shen Yu himself had said she was a good classmate from Jiang University, and just on that basis alone, it was enough to make Lu Xiaoming treat her cautiously. No sooner had he finished making the tea than his phone rang. Lu Xiaoming glanced at it and felt a tightness in his chest, hurrying out the door. Chief Lu, why did you release that Bai Lian? Zhang Ilyang had just finished interrogating the people involved with Yu Hongjing and heard that Lu Xiaoming had come and released Bai Lian. He was about to ask Lu Xiaoming if he knew Bai Lian. But to his surprise, Lu Xiaoming didn't look at him, and walked straight past him towards the main entrance. Faced with Lu Xiaoming's coldness, Zhang Ilyang felt something was amiss, and quickly followed him. Just as they reached the door, a fiery red convertible screeched to a halt right at the entrance. The overhead lights by the door were on. Underneath the light, the red car body reflected a chilling gleam. In Jiangjing, luxury cars were commonplace, and all eyes were fixed on the license plate. The plate bore only 2 characters, A and 8. Such special license plates were unique to the big shots of Xinjiang district. Su Nanjing stepped out of the car, his glasses hanging from the neck of his t-shirt. Keys still in the ignition, walking straight inside with a handsome and gentle appearance, but his sharp eyes made it hard to meet his gaze. Lu Xiaoming quickly followed, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Third young master, she's in my office. Su Nanjing didn't look at anyone else, just glanced at Lu Xiaoming. Take me there. Lu Xiaoming led him to the office. After the 2 left, the others finally exhaled, their eyes fixed on Su Nanjing. Chief Zhang, who is that guy? His 8 on the license plate is worth more than my life. Most people in the Yunxiao district precinct had never had the chance to even meet third young master Su. I don't know. Zhang Ilyang naturally had not seen him either, but felt uneasy and followed them directly. In the office. When Su Nanjing entered, Bai Lian was sitting in the chair next to her, playing with her phone as the air conditioning hummed in the room. She was dressed in snowy white clothes, her delicate features framed by gently fanned eyelashes, her fingertips idly tapping the screen of her phone. Despite hearing that she had been involved in a fight, her hair and clothes were exceedingly tidy, not a wrinkle in sight. Only specks of red dotted her white pants, like tiny plum blossoms fallen upon the crisp white snow. Xiaoqi had sent her a photo. Bai Lian opened it, and saw it was a blood test for Su Jiyue. Upon hearing someone enter, she glanced up and saw Su Nanjing, leaning back in her chair, her eyes lazy. "Why are you here?" Seeing that Bai Lian was unharmed, Su Nanjing breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. He slumped into the seat next to her. "I called you, heard you got into a fight, that you're in police custody, under mandatory detention." "What's the panic?" Bai Lian began pouring him a cup of tea, her tone languid but her words arrogant. "I never lose fights." Her white attire and her dignified posture as she poured the tea, her graceful movements revealed a light-colored infusion gently filling the cup. Her actions were unhurried and elegant. Su Nanjing watched her pour the tea, just as serene and composed as in his memories, unable to imagine her engaging in a fight. She was much like Jiang Fulai, always maintaining her poise. She might be downcast, but never discomposed. After confirming she was all right, Su Nanjing finally took a sip of his tea. He pulled out his phone and opened WeChat to send a message to Jiang Fulai, assuring him all was well. The second he received the call, Su Nanjing had driven over immediately and notified Jiang Fulai. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoming didn't dare to sit, only watching the interaction between Bai Lian and Su Nanjing, feeling even more shocked inside. In Jiangjing, everyone in the circles knew the weight of the three young masters of Jiangjing. Lu Xiaoming was able to keep his cool when he received the call from Shenyu, but the call from the Su family had him all out of sorts. Especially now, in the face of Su Nanjing, Bai Lian remained unperturbed. From their conversation, one could tell that not only were they very familiar with each other, but Su Nanjing appeared to be at a disadvantage. The cold sweat that had barely dissipated from Lu Xiaoming's back reappeared. Who exactly was this girl? When had such a person appeared in Jiangjing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589. Even your family's old man stepping in was useless. 3 Fine. Su Nanjing stood up and fished out a cigarette from his pocket, biting down on it. "I'll take her back first. There are people waiting for her at home." "Can I leave now?" Bai Lian looked up. Lu Xiaoming almost had a myocardial infarction from her single remark. "Of course, Miss Bai, you can leave whenever you wish." Not detaining the parties involved in the brawl, and forcefully detaining others was unreasonable to begin with. He truly feared that if Bai Lian said one more word, his position might be at risk. Fortunately, Bai Lian didn't say more, only standing up. "I still have 2 books." "Books?" Lu Xiaoming hurriedly opened the door of the office, glancing at Sun Fei standing outside. "Where are Miss Bai's books?" His Miss Bai was very polite. Sun Fei was startled too, and hurriedly said, "In the meeting room, I'll fetch them." She quickly brought over Bai Lian's 2 books. They were both stained with blood, which had dried. Lu Xiaoming saw the bright red blood and knew the fight had been intense. Associating it with Bai Lian's clean and neat white clothes, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. But he dared not ponder more, and went in to give Bai Lian her books. Su Nanjing also saw the bloodstains on the book covers, and his brows twitched a few times, feeling that something was not right. But he didn't think it through. Lu Xiaoming respectfully escorted them to the door. "Third young master, rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and will not bend the law for personal gain." Su Nanjing's car was parked right at the entrance. He opened the passenger door, just about to let Bai Lian get in. A black 4-seater car pulled up beside his. It had Chang'an district plates, and in comparison to Su Nanjing's Jaguar plates, the car's body and plates were both extremely low profile. Su Nanjing felt the license plate looked familiar. Before he could think further, he saw the back door open, and an elderly man clad in a dark robe step out. The moment he saw that face, Su Nanjing's mouth fell open. As a former student of the management department at Jiangjing University, Su Nanjing naturally recognized Principal Shi, but since he was only an average talent, he didn't see Principal Shi often. The ability to speak with Principal Shi was entirely because Principal Shi used to seek out Jiang Fulai often. He was just included by chance. Not expecting to see Shen Yu here, Su Nanjing couldn't hide his surprise. Principal Shi, what brings you here? The high-caliber students of Jiangjing University were united externally despite internal strife, and Principal Shi, beloved by many, would even be treated respectfully by old Master Su himself. Shen Yu maintained a clear conscience and did not get involved with their several families. Although old Master Su had invited him several times, he always declined. All the way here, Shen Yu was on edge. Recalling Bai Lian's face, he realized it was indeed likely to provoke trouble. He had the driver speed all the way here. He opened the car door before the car even stopped fully, not looking at Su Nanjing, but casting his gaze on Bai Lian standing behind Su Nanjing. And his hanging heart finally settled. Principal Shi, Bai Lian placed the books on Su Nanjing's passenger seat, lifting her brows slightly. An unexpected incident occurred today, and I didn't manage to find you. The brother and teacher that Sun Fei mentioned were likely Su Nanjing and Shen Yu. No problem, I heard you got into a fight, Shen Yu nodded, his gaze falling on Le Xiaoming and the others. That's sheer nonsense. How could you possibly get into a fight? Are you alright? Bai Lian didn't feel the least bit guilty. I'm fine. After a brief exchange at the entrance, Shen Yu turned his attention to Su Nanjing, whom he recognized, if only as an afterthought, Su Nanjing. The way he said Su Nanjing, the three words were obviously much more perfunctory, and not nearly as amiable. Su Nanjing wasn't surprised by Shen Yu's attitude. After all, Shen Yu still remembered his name, unlike academician Ma who would say, if you invest in the new equipment today, you are Su Nanjing, the third young master. Without investment, friend, who are you? What Su Nanjing found surprising was that Shen Yu and Bai Lian knew each other. And not only that, but why was Shen Yu speaking to her so kindly? Su Nanjing didn't think it was because of Jiang Fulai's relationship. Shen Yu was not only Jiang Fulai's good friend, but also the third young master of the Su family, yet look how perfunctorily Principal Shi treated him. As for Bai Lian knowing Su Nanjing, Shen Yu casually observed them, then noticed Su Nanjing standing half a step behind Bai Lian. It suddenly dawned on him that Bai Lian came from Xiangqing. Previously, the fact that Bai Lian was from Xiangqing merely made him feel contemplative, but seeing Su Nanjing today, Shen Yu paused. He remembered someone was in Xiangqing and had recently returned to Jiangjing, stirring excitement in the academic circles. Glad you're fine, Shen Yu thought while he spoke with Bai Lian. No rush with Dean Shu, he isn't busy in the next few days. Just let me know when you have time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590. Even your family's old man stepping in was useless. 4 Alright, Bai Lian nodded. After a few words between them, Shen Yu realized this was not the place for a chat, and it was getting late. Bai Lian had been detained for several hours, so he gave way and waited for the car to leave. Only then did Le Xiaoming dare to speak to Shen Yu. Principal Shen. Who did she fight with? Shen Yu didn't go in, just stood at the door. Yu Hongjing. Le Xiaoming had already seen the record. Yu Hongjing. Shen Yu clearly hadn't heard the name before, but guessed it was probably some scion from Jiangjing. He had come here to solve Bai Lian's problem. Now that he saw Su Nanjing, Shen Yu was reassured. Dealing with this matter, these young masters were certainly more adept than him. After seeing Su Nanjing off, Le Xiaoming respectfully saw Shen Yu out as well, and then stood straight. Chief Le. Zhang Yiliang had kept quiet until now, seizing his chance. He was still confused but explained, it was Captain Chen who ordered the detention, letting her go like this. Yu family had long provided him with the data, which belonged to Su En, a rising power recently rooted in Yunqiao district. So Zhang Ilyang had always thought Su Nanjing was one of Su En's people, but sensing something off in Lu Xiaoming's demeanor, he felt uneasy. Captain Chen. Lu Xiaoming knew who this Captain Chen was. He looked at Zhang Ilyang with a sneer. Jiang University's principal, one of the 3 young masters of Jiangjing. You may not have met them, but surely you've heard of them, right? What? Zhang Ilyang never expected to encounter these 2 people in Yunqiao district, especially Su Nanjing, as sweat formed on his forehead. But I checked Bai Lian's data, she clearly doesn't have any. He cut himself off, suddenly realizing something. Bai Lian's data had no records in the national database. First, because she was too ordinary and had never committed an offense, there was nothing to record. Second, it was hidden by someone. Zhang Ilyang knew she was from Xiangqing and instinctively thought she was the first case. As soon as Lu Xiaoming heard Zhang Ilyang, he knew what had happened, shaking his head. You go back and submit to an investigation. He walked inside. Being responsible for this incident in the substation was also his duty. Passing by Sun Fei, who stood aside, Lu Xiaoming stopped. Just as Bai Lian had left, he had greeted Sun Fei. Sun Fei, right? He patted Sun Fei's shoulder. The implication was obvious. On the car. Su Nanjing didn't dare to drive too fast, and didn't play music either. Sister Alien, do you want to connect to Bluetooth? He remembered Bai Lian would always listen to words and original texts in Jiang Fulai's car. No need. Bai Lian rested her hand on the car window, her white sleeves billowing in the wind. Fine. Su Nanjing turned on the music and then asked, Are you very familiar with Principal Shen? He asked to meet with you? The music in the car was all songs by Yen Lu. Yes, Bai Lian replied lazily. The dean of the Chinese department sought me out. The Chinese department? How had she become involved with the Chinese department as well? They soon arrived at Shanghai apartment. The security guard had already recognized Su Nanjing. Su Nanjing got out of the car and tossed the keys to the security guard. At the entrance of the apartment building stood a tall and straight figure. Simple casual clothes enveloped by darkness, his presence low pressure and elusive. Even Su Nanjing subconsciously slowed his steps, seeing the keys Jiang Fulai was fiddling with in his hand. Silver keys reflecting a cold light. Bai Lian got out of the passenger seat with 2 books in her hand. She had entrusted this matter to Xiaoqi. But from the moment she saw Su Nanjing, she knew she couldn't hide it from Jiang Fulai. Reporting the results, I won. Jiang Fulai pursed his lips this time, not speaking. Bai Lian calmly handed the books to Jiang Fulai. This book is dirty. Jiang Fulai looked down to see the bloodstains on the book, already dry. It was clear the fight was intense. It wasn't Bai Lian's blood, but the air around him grew heavier. He took the 2 books. Go upstairs and take a shower first. Bai Lian observed his expression, thought for a moment, sighed. All right then. Upstairs. Pu Xiaohan was still sitting with Jiang He watching TV. The television was playing a variety show. Seeing Bai Lian return, Pu Xiaohan greeted her leisurely while holding chips. Good evening, Sister Lian. Good evening. Bai Lian replied succinctly and went to her room to shower. As she picked out clothes, she remembered Su Jiyue and sent her a message on her phone. Su Nanjing sat in the living room, looking up at Jiang Fulai standing on the balcony. He seemed to be making a call, voice low. Su Nanjing couldn't make it out. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Su Nanjing glanced at it. It was a message from Lu Xiaoming. It was about the case investigation. With just a glance, Su Nanjing sat up straight. The case was simple. Yu Hongjing had forced Bai Lian to drink. She refused, and an argument ensued. Then came Captain Chen's entrance. A few simple sentences, even for Su Nanjing with his influential background. His back was drenched with cold sweat. He looked up at Jiang Fulai on the balcony, quietly walked to the door, closed it, and only dared to take out his phone in the staircase to dial a number. It rang twice before being picked up. Speak. The voice on the phone, a woman's, was crisp and decisive. Sister Beixian. Su Nanjing leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath. Where are you? He rarely sounded so serious. On the phone, Chen Beixian sheathed a dagger in her leg holster. On a mission. Get back here fast, Su Nanjing urged, briefly recounting the situation. Yu Hongyi is one of your people. You better find that Chen fast to resolve this, and it might be best to pray that there was nothing in the drink they gave to Sister Alien. Otherwise, your patriarch stepping in won't be enough to save you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591. 231 Gathering at Jiangjing, Major Shuffle _1 in Bai Lian's room. She had just finished showering. She changed into her lounge clothes and was now toweling her hair dry, not liking to use a hairdryer. Sayoki's call came in just then. Sis, have you come out? Xiaoqi was still outside the hospital doors, looking up at the inpatient building with a cup of coffee in one hand, dressed in a clean and scholarly sportswear. Mao Kuan stood behind him looking around. Yeah, Bai Lian opened the window of the room. Have you seen her? She's in a comatose state, Xiaoqi had already asked the nurses. She woke up for a bit in between, but her consciousness was still unclear. She will need another 2 days, but there's no danger. Bai Lian leaned on the table by the window, gazing outside. There's a female police officer in the sub-bureau, Sun Fei. I got it. Xiaoqi hung up the phone and turned to leave. You got it? Got what? Mao Kuan followed him. Didn't Sis finish talking? Are we supposed to investigate Sun Fei on our own or? Bai Lian and Xiaoqi often left Mao Kuan struggling to keep up with their train of thought. You go have a couple of drinks with the rose-colored clubhouse boss. Xiaoqi sipped his coffee and tossed the empty cup into a nearby trash can, speaking gently. The rose-colored clubhouse was the same place Bai Lian went to find Su Jiuyue. Mao Kuan, who usually didn't get involved in business matters, said, Me? Yeah, Xiaoqi opened the back seat of the car, explaining patiently. Don't hold back, just answer whatever he asks. Mao Kuan had spent some time in Jiangjing too. Xiaoqi was just a worker, but Mao Kuan was genuinely in charge of the Azure Dragon Bar there. As Wang Yufeng's adopted son, he was currently still relied upon by Wang Yufeng. As the #1 fighter in the ring, he was not someone to be constrained. It was no different than mingling with both the underworld and law-abiding society. Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian looked at her phone while methodically toweling her hair dry. She messaged Shenyu. Does Director Xu have time tomorrow? It was late. Shenyu had just gotten home and hadn't rested yet. Receiving Bai Lian's message surprised him. Given how dangerous tonight's events were, he wanted Bai Lian to rest for a few days, only to have her message him shortly after getting home. Shenyu put on his glasses and sent a message back to Bai Lian on his phone. Principal sure. Tomorrow morning, go to the Chinese department building. After sending the message, Shenyu remembered something and called the university office, instructing them to keep a close eye on the Yinshao district case. Having sent the message, Bai Lian's hair was half dry. She put the towel down and walked outside. In the living room, Pu Xiaohan, having lost appetite for her chips, stuffed them into Jiang He's hands. Jiang Fulai was on the balcony, having not seen Su Nanjing around. Bai Lian sat next to Pu Xiaohan and watched the variety show with her. Yen Lu's popularity in the industry had been top 1 in recent months, with many of her edited clips on short video platforms, and many even dug out a long spear video from an episode when Pu Xiaohan was at a martial arts hall. One segment of the long spear solo dance featured Yen Lu herself. Although Pu Xiaohan hadn't shown her face, sharp-eyed fans recognized her just from a high-zoom blurry backdrop, let alone a solo dance clip. Pu Xiaohan's video went viral again after half a year thanks to Yen Lu's popularity surge. This was one of the reasons for Pu Xiaohan's rapid fanbase growth in the last few months. The blogger One Big Bowl at a Time had become officially certified by the authorities as a cultural heritage. On screen, Yen Lu talked about her recent hobby of studying Gamoku, but always playing poorly. I basically finish in less than a minute when playing with friends. She was the worst chess player among them all. In the end, Yen Lu remarked, when I play with them, I always doubt my own IQ. At that moment, the hosts and guests still showed leniency, saying every trade has its master, And the viewers comforted Yen Lu in the comments. It wasn't until the host brought out a chessboard that the first game against Yen Lu didn't last a minute. In the second game, even with Yen Lu intentionally giving away pieces, it still didn't last a minute. Host and guests. Internet comment. Lu Jie, sometimes you really shouldn't be too modest. Yen Lu. Lu Jie's new drama is about to wrap up. Pu Xiaohan kept in touch with Sister Xian, and asked Bai Lian while sitting cross-legged on the couch. She's here to record a song, isn't she? With her half-dry hair draped down, Bai Lian's downcast eyes were sharply outlined under the crystal lights of the hall. No, Director Jian upgraded the equipment. She wanted to come to try it out. As they talked, on the balcony, Jiang Fulai put down his phone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592. 231 Gathering at Jiangjing, Major Shuffle _2 Upon entering, I saw Bai Lian lounging on the couch, leaning back slightly in a very relaxed pose. Let's eat first, he said as he put down his phone and walked over to the table, where a delicate wooden box was placed. He opened the lid of the food container. As soon as he lifted it, the hot steam from the soup inside blurred his stern brow and eyes. As Su Nanjing cautiously entered from the outside, he saw Bai Lian eating slowly, with Jiang Fulai sitting beside her, casually speaking to her. Upon seeing him come in, Jiang Fulai just gave him a faint glance. Su Nanjing's heart tightened. 2 o'clock in the morning. 3:02. In Jiang Fulai's study, he hadn't turned off the lights, but was only using his computer with the surveillance feed from the club on the screen, his gaze coldly scanning the wine glass in Yu Hongjing's hand. Outside the door were 2 very light knocks. Without moving his eyes, he just said, "Come in." It was Ming Dongheng who entered. With a stern expression, he handed Jiang Fulai 2 photocopies. These are the documents a police officer from Yinshao District substation found. Jiang Fulai took them and glanced down briefly. One was a report on Su Jiyue. The other was a residue report from a wine glass. It stated it was MS hallucinogenic agent with 11% addictive elements. His knuckles turned slightly white as he clutched the edge of the paper. On the desk, a phone lit up, showing an incoming call. Ming Dongheng, standing in front of the desk, clearly saw the caller was Chen Beixian. Jiang Fulai placed the 2 sheets of paper on the desk and reached to dismiss the call. The person on the other side of the phone didn't dare to call again. 6 o'clock in the morning. An SUV ignored 3 roadblocks and finally stopped in front of the Chen family's gatehouse. "Why have you returned?" A polite and surprised expression crossed the face of the Chen family's security officer, as he put aside what he had been holding and respectfully approached. Chen Beixian, dressed in a black martial arts suit, rolled up a document in her hand and said in a cold voice, "Notify all managers, a meeting is to be held in the main hall, including the old master." The security officer gazed at her stern profile, feeling a thud in his heart. Chen Beixian rarely made public appearances. She became well known in the Chen family after transferring from the command to the combat division, and making a name for herself in battle, thereby securing the position of the second chair in the Chen family. The Chen family didn't focus on gender, but on individual capability. The old master of the Chen family had personally introduced her to the Jiang family. Everyone knew that she was mostly likely the person the old master of the Chen family favored to be the 32nd sect leader. Within the Chen family, perhaps Chen Beixian alone dared to have the old master convene a meeting in the main hall. In the Chen family's main hall, the room is supported by 4 red sandalwood Namu pillars, with an interior ceiling height of 6 meters. In the center is a 10-meter-long table. As members of the Chen family entered, they saw Chen Beixian standing in front of the long table with her back to the door. The others, who had been disturbed early in the morning, were mostly in a bad mood, but because it was Chen Beixian, no one dared to speak. Half an hour later, the old master entered wearing traditional Tang attire. The coolness of the early morning dew made him lower his head to cough a few times, while those next to him helped him over the threshold. The health of the old master hadn't been good over the years, but his presence alone exerted a suppressive atmosphere, silencing the entire main hall, with all eyes turning to him. Calling me over this early, the old master sat at the forefront looking toward Chen Beixian, his expression indecipherable. Must mean something has happened. When the old master spoke, the others standing to the side began to take their seats one by one. Who oversees Folt Road in Yinshao District? Chen Beixian swept her gaze around the room, finally resting it on the old master. A middle-aged man stood up. Miss Beixian, that would be me. Chen Beixian tossed the documents she was holding in front of him. Chen Lupeng glanced down. It was a file on a minor case. He didn't recognize the name, Yu Hongjing, but since it was similar to his subordinate Yu Hongyi, it struck a chord. The next page contained information on the hallucinogenic agent, a substance itself prohibited and associated with drugs, not circulating on the market. Chen Lupeng's complexion darkened as the appearance of such a thing within his jurisdiction dawned on him. He couldn't help but look toward the old master. The old master wasn't looking at him, instead resting with closed eyes, waiting for Chen Beixian to finish before opening them. Is that all? The Shen family, the Su family and the Jiang family, they are all watching this matter, replied Chen Beixian, meeting the old master's gaze. With each name Chen Beixian mentioned, Chen Lupeng's complexion turned one shade paler, breaking out into a cold sweat by the last name. The old master, whose expression had remained calm and inscrutable, finally showed some agitation. Chen Lupeng stood up, wiping sweat from his forehead. We'll start an immediate investigation. After he left, the old master turned to look at Chen Beixian. What exactly is going on? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593. 231 Gathering at Jiangjing, Major Shuffle _3. You know why Miss Jiang came back? Chen Beixian sighed. Chen Lupeng's people had her forcibly detained, and that drink with the hallucinogenic drug was given to her. This happened on our turf. Let's not even mention the Jiang family. How are we going to explain it to the Shen family? Chen Beixian lowered his head, glanced at his cell phone, and Jiang Fulai said nothing. She just sent her a picture. That day, the whole Yinshao district went into a severe crackdown. The next day, just after 7 in the morning, in the office of the dean of the Chinese department at Jiang University. It was the summer break, and there weren't many students in the Chinese department other than those studying for their postgraduate exams. So many floors were closed. Dean Shu arrived early. He was sitting at his desk, his computer on, displaying the PowerPoint presentation he had prepared for an academic lecture. His posture as he clicked the mouse wasn't focused. Instead, he occasionally looked towards the door. Next to him, his assistant had prepared a cup of tea for Dean Shu. The person you are waiting for has not arrived yet? Learning that Dean Shu had come so early to wait for someone, the assistant was quite surprised. Was he waiting for Principal Shen? No sooner had he finished speaking than someone knocked on the office door. Dean Shu immediately stood up and said, "Please come in," while his assistant also looked towards the door, curious about who could make Dean Shu wait in advance. Instead of the expected Shen Yu and others, an unfamiliar girl walked in. She wore a simple stand collar shirt with light red peach blossoms embroidered at the cuffs and collar, possessing a pair of eyes that seemed veiled by morning mist, as she entered the office in the morning light. Dean Shu, Bai Lian spoke politely. Dean Shu stood in place looking at her, momentarily taken aback. On the side, the assistant prompted him, and Dean Shu spoke absent-mindedly, "Sit." He was the very picture of refined elegance. "Miss Bai, I don't mean to intrude, but I wanted to discuss your college entrance examination essay with you. Given the level of detail in your essay, you must have also studied Daong literature in depth. As a scholar dedicated to national studies, knowing that Bai Lian scored full points in her other subjects and was planning to apply for the Tongfeng class, he hadn't planned on competing with others for such a student. This year, there was only one essay that received full points, and Dean Shu had reviewed it countless times. Every time he read it, he felt that the style was exceptionally familiar. He was an enthusiast of Daong literature. Those unrestrained and unbridled words, each time he read them, made him feel as though the cold, historical text was no longer lifeless, but warm, as if those recorded events were happening close to him. Bai Lian looked down, her voice very soft. Yes. Dean Shu's eyes brightened. He discussed the intricacies of Daong with Bai Lian for an hour, growing more fervent as they talked. It wasn't until he saw Bai Lian out that he felt a bit regretful. I should have vied with Principal Shun for her. Dean, his assistant asked in confusion. Why do you value Miss Bai so much? There were 4 students from Xiangqing who got into Jiang University this year. Dean Shu did not answer directly, just stated matter-of-factly. The assistant didn't understand and commented. They are very impressive. The teaching resources in Xiangqing aren't good. This year's college entrance exam broke any previous record. Dean Shu turned his head and glanced at him. Why do you think the person behind Zhongxing has such a good eye, finding the right 9 directors for Zhongxing Group from tens of millions of people? The assistant was taken aback. History has proven countless times that our great land of China is never short of talented people. A single county could gather enough talents needed to govern the country. Dean Shu didn't wait for his response, speaking softly. What's lacking is just a leader. The 3 other test takers from Xiangqing are not an anomaly, but an inevitability. Xiangqing has more than just those 3 to offer. Huh. The assistant was startled by Dean Shu's solemn and certain tone. Where are the others then? In the prison in Xiangqing. Zhang Xiais looked at the young man across from him. What do you think are my chances of getting into Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law now? Xing Lihong pondered for a moment. It still requires effort. You and brother he are good people. Brother Jiang and teacher Qi would only have me squat for another 10 years. Zhang Xiais leaned back slightly, finding Xing Lihong and Hewen gentler. Thank you, brother Xing. Xing Lihong was taken aback by his words. I wouldn't dare. To call Miss Jiang brother Jiang was one thing, but for him to call Xing brother Xing. Just call me Xiao Xing, he said carefully. When the tutoring session ended, the officer led Zhang Xiais back in. The 2 were familiar with each other and didn't handcuff Zhang Xiais throughout. Zhang Xiais returned to his workstation where another man with a shaved head was sitting at his sewing machine. As soon as he saw Zhang Xiais coming, he hurriedly stood up, stepping aside. Brother Zhang, have you finished your studies? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594. 231 Gathering at Jiangjing, Major Shuffle _4. This is 0147 Bald, Li Sheng, fought with a good person. Aren't you supposed to be released from prison today? Zhang Xiai sat down, reciting trigonometric functions while operating the sewing machine. I came to bid you farewell before leaving. Li Sheng hadn't changed clothes yet, standing behind Zhang Xiai's giving him a back massage. Then I'll wait for you in Jiangjing. You can contact me directly when you get there. Li Sheng's family was from Jiangjing. Originally his family had arranged for him to hide in Bacter Street to avoid arrest, but he was still caught in Xiangqing just before he could escape. Meanwhile, at the hotel where Yang Lin worked, she stopped wiping the table, looked up at Lu Lingxi. What did you say? Jiangjing, your sister is in Jiangjing. Lu Lingxi placed a thick envelope in her hand. After your father was imprisoned, she gave me your medical expenses and left. I haven't seen her since, but I always feel you will be able to find her. After Lu Lingxi left, Yang Lin finished washing today's dishes and cleaned the kitchen. Eventually, she went to the front desk. The landlady was bending over the accounts. She didn't lift her head but placed a 100 yuan note on the table. Here. Landlady, Yang Lin didn't take the money. I won't be coming in tomorrow. She was a temporary worker with no contract. The landlady looked up. Have you saved up enough for living expenses? A gust of wind blew through the room, pushing apart Yang Lin's thick bangs a little, revealing her calm, black eyes. She looked in the direction of Jiangjing. The scholarship money is enough. Yinxiao District. Bus Route 156. Bai Lian sat by the window. An old lady was sitting next to her. Outside the window, another police car whizzed past with its siren blaring. The police, the old lady spoke to the person next to her. Why are there police cars again? I've seen over 10 this morning. The people on the bus were discussing this event, as ordinary people always enjoy such spectacles. The news from the self-media today was all about the strange occurrences in Yunshao district. Several streets were blocked off, all the major entertainment venues were closed for inspections, and the public watched the excitement. Ding dong! The bus reached the stop, Yunshao District Central Hospital. Bai Lian got off the bus. There were also 2 police cars parked at the entrance of the hospital. The person standing by the police car saw Bai Lian and hurried over. Miss Bai. Bai Lian glanced at him, nodding slightly. Chief Le. Hospital. In Su Ziyu's hospital room, Madame Su had not gone home all night. Su Ziyue had not woken up. Beside her, Su En stood holding a cigarette, his complexion not looking good. When Su Wenyao and Shenmin walked in, Madame Su, who sat on a chair nearby, stood up, speaking extremely politely. District Chief Shen, what brings you here? Su En put down the cigarette, greeted Shenmin, then asked, how is it going? Ji Mulan, sitting in front of the hospital bed, also looked up. She was holding Su Ziyu's hand and turned to look at Shenmin. Shenmin was one of the most influential people Ji Mulan had ever met. Folt Road has been blocked off. Su Wenyao put down his phone and pressed his brow. We couldn't even get into the police station, let alone see Alien. Hearing about the roadblock, Suen was startled. Brother Shen, you didn't get in either? This doesn't have much to do with Miss Bai. Yunshao district is having a crackdown, just happened to be an opportune. Shinmin couldn't say much, just mentioned. Yunshao district may be in for a big cleanup. Xinjiang district is the administrative center. Yunshao district, on the other hand, is the economic center of the entire Jiangjing. This kind of major district overhaul didn't have much to do with small enterprises like the Su family. Su Wenyao wasn't concerned. He only looked to Su En. What do the Su Yajuns say? It's said to be the Yu family's doing. Who would dare to touch this matter? Su En turned to look at Su Ziyue on the hospital bed. We can't get into the substation now. Are we just going to watch Alien stuck inside? Grandpa called me today. I didn't dare to tell him. The hospital room fell into silence. Madame Su looked at Shen Min, then at Su Ziyue, and sat down dejectedly. Butler, give me the phone, I'll ask Mr. Qi. She knew Qi Xuyan had been doing well lately. Even though the two families no longer had marital ties, Madame Su never offended anyone. She had still sponsored a lot of money to the Qi family, and they never turned it down. When Qi's father received the call, he spoke bureaucratically. You also know that Xian has only seen Mr. Lu a few times. How can they talk to each other? The call ended, and Qi's father looked at Mrs. Qi in the living room. If the Su family calls again, just don't answer. He patted his sleeves and stood up. Breaking ties with the Su family hadn't been entirely a bad thing last time. Qi's father was in good spirits. Mrs. Qi originally still had intentions of repairing the relationship with Madame Su. After all, the Su family's money had always been very persuasive to the Qi family. And this circle was always about mutual interests. She put down her teacup. What a pity. As for this matter, Su En wasn't surprised by the Qi family's reaction. I can only beg my old sister-in-law again. Madame Su looked up. Holding on to her cane, she stood up. Both of you follow me to the Yu family. Agree to whatever she says. My old sister-in-law is very concerned about her face. Shinmin stood aside silent. Su En and Su Wenyao knew that Madame Su was referring to both of them. They followed behind Madame Su, preparing to leave. Now it's about whether we can see them at all. Outside the room, Bai Lian looked down, lost in thought. Next to her, Lu Xiaoming was talking to her. Bai Lian had just lifted her hand to knock on the door when it was opened from the inside. Seeing Su Wenyao and Su En, Bai Lian thought they were on their way out and stepped aside, making room as she normally did, and greeted Su En, Uncle Su. Next to Bai Lian, Lu Xiaoming had information on Su En and the others in his hand. As he reached out his right hand to Su En, very friendly, Mr. Su, hello. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, Encounter by Chance _1 by Lien, who should still have been detained, appeared here, leaving Suen stunned for a moment before reacting. Hello, I'm Suen. He reached out his hand. Su Wenyao looked at Bai Lien, and the nerve that had been taut finally relaxed as he leaned against the doorframe. It's good that you're all right. Bai Lien's gaze swept past the old Mrs. Su without a word. Having not heard any news all night, Mrs. Su was almost scared out of her wits. Behind Suen, Shenmin's gaze fell on Le Xiaoming, Chief Le. Mingfeng District was far from Yunshao District, and although Shenmin had heard of Le Xiaoming, Le had never seen Shen before, only nodding slightly at him. Hello. While a few people were talking, Bai Lien had already walked up to the hospital bed. Ji Mulan was still sitting on the left side of Su Ziyu's bed, holding her left hand and looking at her with a worried gaze. Upon seeing Bai Lien, she looked up in astonishment. You. Bai Lien paid no attention to Ji Mulan. She bent over, her fingertips carelessly touching Su Ziyu's wrist, her eyes downcast. After making sure Su Ziyue was all right, Bai Lien stood up, and on the other side, Ji Mulan also stood up. Are you all right? How did you get out? She wanted to ask more, but Bai Lien looked at her with a chilly gaze. Her almond-shaped eyes were black, devoid of any emotion. Yet the sense of oppression was strong. Ji Mulan swallowed the words of concern that were on the tip of her tongue, suddenly feeling a sense of powerlessness. She clearly felt that this was all that was left between her and Bai Lien. Su Wenyao brought a cup of hot water for Bai Lien. His gaze landing on Su Ziyue, he hesitated. Sorry, we had no idea about Grandma and Ziyu's situation and ended up involving you. Bai Lien took the cup. It has nothing to do with you. It was that glance that had made Bai Lien so alert. Suen, Shenmin, and Le Xiaoming were still talking at the door. Su Ziyue had not woken up, and Le Xiaoming only asked a few routine questions. Bai Lien's phone lit up with a message from Jiang Fulai. Her fingertips tapped on the screen intermittently as she bid farewell to Su Wenyao without any urgency. See you at the university. Le Xiaoming had come with Bai Lien, and when she left he followed. Miss Bai, wait for me. The two figures quickly disappeared towards the elevator. Su En and the others escorted them to the elevator, and it was only then that Ji Mulan reacted. Wenyao, did you ask Alien how she got out? Su Wenyao and Suen already knew the entire problem lay with Chief Le. The old Mrs. Su, who had been silent the whole time, stood up, leaning on her walking stick and looking in the direction Bai Lien had left. Chief Le is the head of Yunshao Sub-Bureau, said Shenmin, coming back to his senses. He smiled and explained to Suen, Le Xiaoming. Miss Bai knows him. It seems I no longer need to be involved in this matter. Suen went to the sub-bureau that evening, and not only did he not see Chief Le, he didn't even catch a glimpse of Bai Lien. Hearing that Chief Le was the head of the sub-bureau, the old Mrs. Su also turned back in shock. They had all seen the way Le Xiaoming had treated Bai Lien just now. Ji Mulan sat back down, her gaze wandering as she looked at Su Ziyue on the hospital bed. Downstairs. Le Xiaoming accompanied Bai Lien downstairs. Miss Bai, rest assured, we will definitely give you an explanation. Bai Lien was holding her phone, her gaze looking ahead, and soon she saw the blue car in the temporary parking space across the street, its taillights still flashing, obviously having just parked. She stepped to the side and thanked Le Xiaoming. Thank you. Le Xiaoming saw Bai Lien to the car. As Bai Lien pulled open the passenger seat door, Le Xiaoming caught a glimpse of the person in the driver's seat, whose faint gaze swept over him like the cold flash of an unsheathed short sword. Le Xiaoming froze on the spot. The blue car drove away, and only when the ringtone in his pocket sounded did Le Xiaoming come to his senses. He answered the phone. It was a friend. What's going on over there? There was a significant commotion in Yunshao District, and the people from several surrounding districts were getting restless. They had not received any information about policy changes. The cause just because of a clubhouse, Le Xiaoming exhaled. Let me give you a heads up about this year's freshman at Jiangjing University. The night before, Sun Fei had turned up with 2 reports, and he knew things might get complicated. But he never guessed it would escalate like this. A harsh crackdown throughout Yunshao District, top to bottom closure of all clubhouses for a search for hallucinatory drugs. and all related personnel suspended and cooperating with the investigation. Up until just now, Lu Xiaoming finally understood why Su Nanjing had appeared that night. In the car, Bai Lian's phone automatically connected to the Bluetooth, resuming the English reading that had been interrupted. Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road, tapping her white fingertips on the steering wheel and glancing over slightly. Didn't you have Ming Dongheng to be your driver? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596. Encounter by chance _2 I'm not used to it, Bai Lian said, looking down at WeChat. Lu Lingxi had sent her a message that Yang Lin would be coming to Jiangjing in a couple of days. Without asking how Lu Lingxi found out, Bai Lian immediately sent a message to Yang Lin, asking when she would arrive. Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road, and after seeing her finish replying to the message, he hesitated before speaking. You should probably get your driver's license, never mind. Having seen her drive rashly, Jiang Fulai had never suggested she get a driver's license. He was afraid that, once Bai Lian finished learning, the points they all had combined wouldn't be enough for the ones she'd have deducted. What do you think of Chen Yongquan? Jiang Fulai changed the subject. Bai Lian wasn't much interested in modern cars either. She just propped her phone under her chin, speaking in a languid tone. He used to be SO, but now he is quite good. Everyone could see how rapidly Xiangqing had developed this year. And all these were the achievements of Chen Yongquan's hard work. Around the corner, yellow roadblocks were placed at the intersection, and a bunch of police cars were parked ahead. That road had been temporarily closed. Many private cars and taxi drivers stopped to join the crowd of onlookers smoking cigarettes. Jiang Fulai calmly made a U-turn and selected a new route. Shanghai apartment. The security guard at the entrance had already grown accustomed to the luxury cars that frequently came in and out of the complex. No one was in 303. Pu Xiaohan had taken Jiang He out to play, with Ming Dongheng acting as the driver for the two of them. Bai Lian didn't go in, and went straight to the piano room in 302. Jiang Fulai stood at the door for a while before gently closing it behind her. He went to the study next door, and took out his cell phone to call Director Chen first. These 2 months. Director Chen had nothing particular going on today, and was fishing with Ji Heng. Director Chen had counted on being demoted to Xiangqing, expecting to stay for at least 2 years, so why the sudden possible return to Jiangjing? Yes, Jiang Fulai obviously had little patience with Director Chen. Come back first. There will be several positions open in Yunshao district for a re-election, and you should participate in the general election. Director Chen didn't doubt the information given by Jiang Fulai. He looked to his right where Ji Heng had moved to a different spot to bait, and Director Chen lowered his voice. What about Uncle Ji? I heard from shouting today that they're also going to Jiangjing next month. After Bai Lian went to Jiangjing, Tang Ming's students from class 15 would visit Ji Heng regularly. Director Chen did the same. If everyone left, Bai Lian could offer him constructive advice, and Ji Heng occasionally had a few pointers for him. Having been around for so long, Director Chen viewed Ji Heng as an elder. Jiang Fulai ended the call and returned to WeChat, clicking on Ji Heng's profile. She got into a fight. Ji Heng didn't check his phone much while fishing, and half an hour later, he called Jiang Fulai directly. Alien got bullied? Ji Heng's voice betrayed his urgency. He couldn't imagine Bai Lian getting into a fight. Jiang Fulai opened up his laptop. She was acting bravely. Although it was dangerous, fortunately she wasn't hurt. This time she wasn't injured, but next time might not be the same. Ji Heng picked up on that. He put down his fishing rod, picked up the cigarette holder from the ground, bent down and lit it up. You family. Grandma Yu was watching the chef make soup for Yu Hongjing. Her silver-white hair was all combed back, giving her a capable look. Has Hongyi not answered the phone yet? She wanted to know the situation with the Su family at the moment. But since coming back from the hospital last night, she hadn't gotten through to Yu Hongyi's phone. The female bodyguard replied. That's correct. Grandma Yu narrowed her eyes but didn't think much of it. as Yu Hongyi often got involved in confidential activities. Just as she was thinking about this, a servant came in panic-stricken from outside. "Madam! Madam!" Grandma Yu walked from the kitchen to the living room. "What's all this fuss about? Calm down." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the police following the servant, with the lead officer pulling out his badge. "Please cooperate with our investigation." Investigate what? Grandma Yu had never encountered such a situation since she was born and looked at them calmly. "If you have any matters, you can discuss them with my granddaughter." The leading officer didn't respond but just took her to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. At first, Grandma Yu maintained her composure until she saw Yu Hongjing in the interrogation room, his head still bandaged. Yu Hongyi only came to see her an hour after she had arrived. Seeing Yu Hongyi, Grandma Yu's forced composure finally started to crack. "Hongyi, why have they arrested me and your brother?" Yu Hongyi closed her eyes briefly. "Because of Yu Hongjing. All the clubs and bars in the entire Yunshao district have been shut down for review, and the related staff are suspended from work." Yu Hongyi couldn't find out any news. She hadn't seen anyone from the Chun family. The only reason she got into the police station was through connections she had from before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597. Encounter by Chance _3 Old Madam Yu recounted the events of the past 2 days, and only the Su family came to mind. The Su family, Su Jiu, Su En's stepdaughter. Su Jiu had been personally brought over by Old Madam Su, who knew everything about her. Only one person remained, Bai Lian, who was said to be associated with the Chun Yi. There were such rumors in the circle, but Old Madam Yu never took them seriously. Everyone around the Yu family was eager to please, and the Yu family had always doted on Yu Hongjing since he was a child. Whenever he encountered any trouble, everyone would come forward to resolve it for him. She had thought that this time would be like any other, but who could have known the commotion would be so great? Old Madam Yu explained. "That's all there is to it, just let them release me first." "That's all there is to it?" Yu Hongyi finally understood the whole affair. She had always been proud, but at this moment, she only pursed her lips and looked at her. "Have I not spoken to you about Xian Kong?" Shishi. Old Madam Yu glanced at Yu Hongyi and finally sat down on the chair. Old Madam Yu had heard from Yu Hongyi that Xian Kong was a company that directly supplied research medication to the military forces behind the Chun family. Qi family. The Qi family was having dinner. "I heard there was quite a commotion in Yunshao district today," Mr. Qi asked Qi Shuyan. "Do you know anything about it?" Now successfully infiltrated into the ranks of rich young ladies, Qi Shuyan was better informed than her father, but she was also in the dark about this matter. No idea, they were discussing it too. If even they didn't know, then such matters indeed had nothing to do with ordinary people. Mr. Qi didn't inquire further. "Has old Madame Su called you?" She did. Dressed in a beige, form-fitting long dress, Qi Shuyan pulled out a chair and sat down, her voice indifferent. "She offended the Yu family. What can I do about it?" The father and daughter had made the same decision, but Qi Shuyan's phone rang at that moment. It was a sister from her social circle. She quickly picked up. "Wenjie, are you looking for me?" However, it wasn't Wenjie's voice on the other end. "Hello, I'm Yu Hongyi. I wanted to ask if you could help me contact someone from the Su family." Yu Hongyi. Qi Shuyan had long heard of her notorious reputation in the circle of socialites. Even though Yu Hongyi was not part of their circle with her martial endeavors, she was well known to everyone, including Qi Shuyan. She never expected such a person to come to her. "Miss Yu, Su Wenyo's family?" Qi Shuyan stood up and gestured for her parents to be quiet. Yu Hongyi was direct. "Yes, about my brother's affair. I want to personally apologize to them." Hearing the beginning, Qi Shuyan did not catch the rest. "Okay, I'll try to pass the message." She hung up, holding her phone and sitting down in a daze. "What's wrong?" Mr. Qi glanced at her. Qi Shuyan looked up. "The Yu family wants to apologize to the Su family." "What?" Mr. Qi's face drained of color. The Yu family, which had moved from Mingfeng district to Yinxiao district, needed to apologize to the Su family? Mr. Qi took out his phone and made a call, indirectly trying to get news about the Su family members from others. You mean Mr. Su? He attended the Chamber of Commerce event today. The person spoke in a lowered voice. I even saw the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce seek him out alone. Yinxiao district had been cracking down severely for several days. Even the mice passing through the clubhouse would get a beating. Bai Lian of Shanghai apartment, however, was not affected. The old master of the Su family's birthday was in 2 days. Early this morning, Gao Yan brought her homemade pastries to see Bai Lian at Shanghai apartment. She hadn't given up the idea of taking Bai Lian as her goddaughter. Jiang Fulai and Su Nanjing were discussing official matters in apartment 302. In 303, Bai Lian placed the printout on the table and pulled up a chair to sit beside Pu Xiaohan. Ming Dongheng freshly brewed tea and poured her a cup. Jiang He sat on Pu Xiaohan's left, and she shoved a piece of cake into his hand. Eat up, brother bird. Pu Xiaohan grabbed another cake in the shape of a plum blossom, took a bite, and looked at Bai Lian. When do we leave? After eating. Bai Lian picked up her cup of tea and gently blew on it. Her other hand opened her phone, which had several messages on WeChat. Young Lin. Just finished watching over Grandma. We'll take the train tomorrow, with one hand on the screen, Bai Lian replied. When will you arrive? I'll pick you up. Tang Ming sent a message in the group. You all went to Jiangjing? Where are you headed? Gao Yan had only then heard they were going out again, and was very concerned. Auntie, Xiaohan and I are going to see Sister Yan. Pu Xiaohan squinted her eyes, her familiarity with Gao Yan growing due to the pastries. In a couple of days, a classmate of ours will also come. Yan Lu had arrived in Jiangjing at 6 in the morning, and had already gone ahead to Jiangyin. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and since Pu Xiaohan had not yet visited Principal Jian since she came to Jiangjing, the two planned to first go to Jiangyin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598. Encounter by chance _4 After finishing their meal, Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan left the house. Next door in room 302, Jiang Fulai had just grabbed the car keys and was slowly opening the door, with Su Nanjing following behind him. Seeing Gao Yan, Jiang Fulai politely nodded his head and greeted her. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai holding the keys, Gao Yan knew he was going to drive Bai Lian out. Only after everyone had left did Su Nanjing tilt his head and ask, So, did she agree to go? No, Gao Yan glanced at Su Nanjing. How does Lian have so many friends in Jiangjing? No wonder you're of little use. There were many people coming for the old man's birthday, and Gao Yan wanted to introduce Bai Lian to a few of them. That Bai Lian wasn't going didn't surprise Su Nanjing. He started heading upstairs. Even if she had no friends, she'd still be busy. That guy Jiang Shijua hasn't even seen her yet. Gao Yan thought this made sense and followed him upstairs. Is your upstairs finished yet? Not even close. Jiang He is home every day. When do I have time to set things up? Su Nanjing was also worried that the renovations would disturb Bai Lian and the others. Gao Yan. How did rooms 302 and 301 finish so quickly? If Jiang brother wanted to, he could get Zhongxing to build him a mobile living room in 2 days and move it to 302. Su Nanjing looked at the 3 apartments upstairs. Mom, please don't mention it. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoqi was also rushing to Chang'an district early in the morning. The Yin family was in Beihong district, which is quite far from Chang'an district. They had to go through Yinxiao district to get to Chang'an. The driver for the Yin family was driving, with Mr. Yin in the passenger seat, and Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi were sitting in the back. Bai Xiaoqi was going to attend her morning class today, and then head to Jiang University to find Bai Xiaoka. Hence, Song Min was accompanying her. These past few days, Yinxiao district was filled with police, and there were many roadblocks that hadn't been removed yet today. Bai Xiaoqi, looking at the roadblocks outside, asked, What happened here? There was an incident. Mr. Yin glanced outside the window and sighed. A strict inspection for 7 days. Several clubs have been uprooted. I've heard that several people in Yunqiao district have been taken down. We don't know what happened. It's not something we can manage. Such matters, the Yin family naturally did not have the inside story, and could only speculate from rumors. Bai Xiaoqi just looked at the roadblocks, feeling quite shocked. By her side, Songmin was looking through quiz questions on his apps and didn't look up. Mr. Yin got off at the Yin family's company, and the car continued towards Jiangyin. Songmin and Bai Xiaoqi got out of the car. Both of them were already familiar with Jiangyin and headed straight to Jianjian's building. Xiaoqi, the girl who always attended class with Bai Xiaoqi, saw them from a distance and waited for her. Songmin, you're here to accompany Xiaoqi for classes again. She chattered with Bai Xiaoqi as they made their way to the building. During the summer vacation, there were still a few people coming to Jiangyin for early classes. There was only one elevator in the building, and the three of them waited a few minutes at the elevator entrance before it came down from the 5th floor. Upon entering, they immediately saw the no stopping sign on the 3rd floor. The girl, seeing the sign, paused for a moment and wondered. Someone is recording on the 3rd floor again? Bai Xiaoqi and Songmin both glanced at the no stopping sign. Who exactly is using the 3rd floor? It's still so busy even during the summer vacation. It must be those few, the girl explained. Our school's recording studio is the best in Asia. Not just domestically, but even people from abroad come here in admiration. When can I also record on the 3rd floor? As she talked, she pressed the button for the 5th floor and waited for the elevator doors to close. Meanwhile, a female voice came from outside the elevator. Beauty, wait for us. A fair hand blocked the closing elevator doors. The girl hurriedly pressed the open button. Thank you, thank you. Pu Xiaohan thanked the girl and shouted outside. Birdie, can you hurry up? When the elevator doors opened, they could see a few steps away. A girl with long legs was walking ahead, her brow slightly lowered and her eyes downcast, holding a white jade fan in her hand, its crystalline bones resting on her bent knuckles. She wore a long dress with 3/4 sleeves, with a full skirt, white with colorful poppies hidden within its folds, blossoming with her steps. Behind her, a delicately handsome boy was jogging with effort to catch up. The two of them reached the elevator in a few steps. The elevator was spacious, and even with 3 more people entering, it was still very roomy. Songmin and Bai Xiaoqi stood to the left. Almost immediately as the elevator doors opened, the two recognized Bai Lian. Bai Lian had always been extraordinary in appearance, and in this past year, she had changed even more, with her reserved and self-sufficient air becoming more apparent. Songmin, who had been looking at his app, finally looked up, his gaze falling upon Bai Lian. Bai Lian paused at the entrance of the elevator, looking up, her gaze sweeping past Songmin and Bai Xiaoqi. Then she stood to the right with Jiang He, leaving a large gap in the middle. She took out her phone, looking down, and sent a message to Ding Jian saying she had arrived. She didn't look at Bai Xiaoqi or Songmin again. Birdie, you really need to drink more milk, Pu Xiaohan said while standing next to the buttons, patting Jiang He's head with a tone of earnest concern. Jiang He looked down, poking at his watch, and sent a bunch of commas to Jiang Fulai. Pu Xiaohan didn't notice the atmosphere between Bai Lian and the others, and turned to ask Bai Lian, "What floor are you going to, Sister Lian?" "3rd floor." Bai Lian leaned against the elevator wall, unfolding her fan, and spoke casually. As soon as these words came out, the other 3 in the elevator couldn't help but look over, especially the girl who had just been giving a rundown to Bai Xiaoqi. Pu Xiaohan noticed the no stopping sign for the 3rd floor, but pressed the button as Bai Lian had said 3rd floor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599. 233 came to Beijing, gathered _1 after their last parting in Jiangjing. Bai Xiaoqi and Songmin had not seen Bai Lian again. They had thought Bai Lian might return to the Bai family, that they would encounter her there, or perhaps at Jiangjing University. Any place but the building of Jiangjing Music Academy. Ji Mulan had tried to develop Bai Lian comprehensively, making her pick up a sketching pencil from the age of 3, but later, when she showed no talent, Ji Mulan tried to get her to learn the piano, painting. It took some effort for them to adjust their mindset, deliberately forgetting about the college entrance examination. Yet they had not anticipated seeing Bai Lian without any preparation. Sister, the girl beside Bai Xiaoqi didn't dare to speak to Bai Lian, so she conversed with Pu Xiaohan. Are you going to the 3rd floor? As the elevator doors closed, Pu Xiaohan let go of her hand and smiled at her. Yes. Great one. The girl put her hands together. What is your major? She was asking about the instrument. Pu Xiaohan's thought process was crystal clear: direction. The girl listened to these two characters, and even doubted her own knowledge for not having heard of the direction instrument, never suspecting Pu Xiaohan wasn't a student of Jiangyin. Ha! Ding! The 3rd floor arrived, the elevator slowly came to a stop, and the doors opened. Reacting to the moment, the girl and the trio of Bai Xiaoqi and Songmin only then saw a corner of the 3rd floor, facing a white wall where 2 faded ink wash landscape paintings were displayed behind glass. In the middle there was a model of a guzheng. The entire 3rd floor was carpeted, with the carpet stretching along the corridor to the elevator entrance. It was serene and refined. Old Hu stood at the elevator entrance and seeing Bai Lian, raised a smile. Bai student. Mr. Hu. Bai Lian walked out. Bai. Pu Xiaohan had never met Old Hu, and after saying farewell to the girl, followed Bai Lian out. As the elevator doors closed again, the girl turned around, excitedly saying to Bai Xiaoqi, "This is the legendary Shaman Building recording studio. And did you see those 2 paintings outside? Those are the authentic works of our Guzheng department's founding master, Qin Jiu." This building was not frequented by many on ordinary days, and the girl was fortunate to attend the masterclass during the summer break, naturally having some family resources. However, she had never entered the 3rd floor. She had only seen countless photos of the 2 paintings on the Jiangyin forum. This was her first time seeing them with her own eyes. Originally expecting Bai Xiaoqi to discuss the big shots on the 3rd floor with her as usual, she didn't expect Bai Xiaoqi and Songmin to remain silent. Bai Xiaoqi's gaze was hollow, directed towards the elevator doors. Her eyes had no fixed point. The 3rd floor. Why could Bai Lian go in? The 3rd floor. Pu Xiaohan was looking at those 2 landscape paintings, very freehand in style. One was a bird's eye view of a fortress tower, the other a pavilion amidst green mountains. There was no inscribed poem, nor any signatures. Qin Jiu's painting skills were not particularly good, but they were well preserved. These early works of his were placed on the 3rd floor by Jiangyin. Pu Xiaohan knew of Qin Jiu, but she had only just learned that he also had 2 paintings. As she looked at the paintings, Bai Lian and Old Hu stood to the side waiting for her. Once Pu Xiaohan had finished looking, Old Hu led them to the vocal recording studio. When they arrived at the recording studio, Yin Lu was singing into the microphone with black headphones on inside the room, visible through the glass, standing in front of the mic with eyes slightly shut, her profile radiant. Ding Jian and Zhao Jianxin were outside doing the sound mixing. Having just finished a section, Yin Lu was listening to the playback through her headphones. Ding Jian raised his hand to greet Pu Xiaohan, and then spoke to Bai Lian. He held a black pen in his right hand, casually sketching a segment on the notebook. "You'll need to re-record this part later." Bai Lian glanced at it and nodded. "Have you had any new song ideas lately?" Ding Jian closed the notebook. To Ding Jian, ensuring Yin Lu's new songs were in progress was more vital than anything. "It's coming along," said Bai Lian, although she hadn't really done much. Once they finished speaking, Pu Xiaohan held up her phone. "Ding Jian, can I post this?" Ding Jian looked at it. It was a photo of the 2 paintings at the elevator entrance. "Sure, post it quickly. You haven't posted a video for over half a month now." Because the 3rd floor was not open to the general public, there were few images of the paintings available. The last time Pu Xiaohan posted a video was the last time. Her posting frequency was low, yet each video was around 10 minutes of high-quality content, the last being a 4-month detailed traditional style graduation photo shoot, all major works. The audience was left wanting more. Ding Jian was among them, though he always urged her in person. Soon, Pu Xiaohan learned quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600. 233 came to Beijing. Gathered_2 Dean Jian put the notebook aside on the adjacent stand, and suddenly remembered something. Do you want to shoot some Jiangyin content? Jiangyin? Pu Xiaohan paused. The moment she saw those two paintings coming out of the elevator, a special idea had occurred to her. Jiangyin was already a school with a rich history. The two were talking. Old Hu, who had just handed a bottle of milk to the only child on set, trembled at his hand. He could understand Bai Lian. After all, he had guessed Bai Lian's identity back then. But who was the girl that called Jian Zhongyo Grandpa Jian as soon as they met? He unconsciously tightened his grip on the milk bottle, watching Pu Xiaohan's retreating figure. Pu Xiaohan was pondering the possibilities for a new video when she turned around to see old Hu and Jiang He each holding the top and the bottom half of a milk carton. She was puzzled. Was this a gesture of giving or not? Following Pu Xiaohan's gaze, old Hu realized he was still holding the milk and quickly let go. Kid, you drink. Bai Lian and Yin Lu also hadn't seen each other in a long while. After recording, they ate lunch at a private restaurant next to Jiangyin. Yin Lu could be recognized on the streets at any time now, making it less convenient for her to get around. Xinjie didn't disturb the small gathering, waiting outside for Yin Lu to finish eating. When they came out, Xinjie greeted Bai Lian and the others before driving Yin Lu back to the hotel. Yin Lu had to attend a gala that evening, and was in a rush to get there. I just finalized the plans with the company, Xinjie said from the driver's seat, telling Yin Lu about the recent arrangements. These songs have been included in the Gambling with Liquor album and submitted for the Huaqiu Award. This year, Yin Lu's success in both television dramas and music meant the company would not let slip this popularity. Yin Lu took off her mask and fisherman's hat and picked up the script in the car, looking up upon hearing this. But these songs have all been released separately. The number of songs was barely enough to meet the requirements. Yes, but the organizer personally called me, Xinjie sighed. The music scene has declined in recent years, and the Huaqiu Award has lost much of its impact. You are their special invitee. The entire music industry was in decline, no longer showcasing the battles between legends. Bai Jian's sudden descent into the music industry had captured the attention of musicians who dedicated their lives to music. Bai Jian had no company, no marketing, and not even past works. It was as if he appeared out of nowhere just for Yin Lu. He sparked an unprecedented trend in the music industry. After being quiet for so long, the music industry was bustling with activity again. From Gambling with Liquor, to Another Autumn, to Cold Season Tassels, and the latest Reunion, each song had a unique style, coupled with Dean Jian's magical arrangements. Not to mention the best lyrics, best composition, best arrangement and so on. The song of the year, aside from Cold Season Tassels, which dominated foreign charts for 2 months, couldn't possibly be any other. Shanghai Apartment, 302. Jiang Fulai rarely took an afternoon nap, and by the time he woke up, dusk had fallen. Dressed in soft pajamas, he drew back the curtains. The room was unlit and dim, casting a shadow over everything inside. Outside, the complex was extremely quiet. Because it was summer break, hardly any people were visible. His fine, black hair was tousled messily across his forehead. The room was empty, the world outside was hazy, and the silence was deep. Jiang Fulai was uncharacteristically relaxed, leaning against the window, exuding a sense of nobility yet aloofness, watching as the streetlights in the complex began to turn on. About 2 minutes later, he reached for the cell phone on the bedside table, opening WeChat to ask if Bai Lian had returned, while simultaneously opening the door to the room. As the door opened, the chandelier light poured over him. In the living room, Jiang He sat on the carpet, engrossed in a jigsaw puzzle. Bai Lian sat cross-legged beside him, passing him the puzzle pieces he needed. Her white skirt spread across the carpet, blooming with colorful poppies. Her right wrist was casually placed on her knee, the knee supporting a book, while her left hand casually tossed puzzle pieces to Jiang He. Under the chandelier light, she seemed enveloped in a diffused glow, exuding an air of leisurely grace. It was a portrait of peaceful times. When Bai Lian looked up and saw Jiang Fulai standing at the doorway, she leisurely turned a page. Awake? Yeah. Jiang Fulai walked over to them, kneeling beside her, elegant and noble, looking down at the book she was reading. Why didn't you call me when you got back? It was rare for Bai Lian to not be looking at literature. She was reading the original Don Quixote, which she had borrowed from Jiang University's library. You rarely sleep this long. These last few days have indeed been busy, Jiang Fulai spoke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 601. 233 came to Beijing. Gathered_3 He had been busy before, but back then it seemed he had nothing else to attend to besides being busy. Bai Lian lowered her head, picked up a sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick that was beside her phone, and handed it to him. Jiang Fulai looked down at the bright red sugar-coated hawthorn, hesitated for a moment. For me? Of course, Bai Lian said casually, her elbow resting on her knee and her palm propping up her chin. I finished the one with the bird. She had bought these with Pu Xiaohan at the food street next to Jiangyin at noon. Jiang Fulai had never eaten these before. His slender fingers pinched the bottom of the sugar-coated hawthorn. Do you like it? It's okay, Bai Lian replied offhandedly. Jiang Fulai glanced at her, but did not ask any more questions. He stood up with the sugar-coated hawthorn, ready to go back to his room to take a shower. What do you want to eat tonight? Shrimp, I guess. Bai Lian hadn't really thought it through, and just blurted out a response. Jiang Fulai nodded, went back to his room. The sugar coating on the hawthorn was overly sweet, with a heavy saccharine taste, a gentleness hidden in the twilight. Yang Lin was on a train early the next morning. It was far from Xiangqing to Jiangjing, and even a transfer flight took more than 10 hours. She was in for a 2-day train ride. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were set to leave a day after her. On the day of the Su family patriarch's birthday, from 7 o'clock in the morning, gifts from the political and business world wouldn't stop entering the Su family residence. Vehicles from all directions headed towards the Xinjiang district. When Bai Xiaoqi left in a car from the Yin family early in the morning, journeying from Yunxiao district to Chang'an district, she encountered several rare limited edition cars along the way, as well as some special license plates. She had never seen such a scene before. Auntie, what's happening today? Today, without Song Min, only the Yin family driver and Mrs. Song were in the car. Mrs. Song had heard some details from Mr. Yin. She withdrew her gaze. Today, it seems that there's a celebration in Xinjiang district. As for which family was hosting, she didn't say, and Mr. Yin wouldn't discuss these things with her either, as the class gap was too wide. A black business car brushed past theirs. Bai Xiaoqi couldn't help but take another look. It was very similar to one she had seen in Beijing with a Xiangqing license plate, belonging to that person Bai Lian knew. What is it? Mrs. Song asked her. It's nothing. Bai Xiaoqi withdrew her gaze and shook her head. How could that car appear in Jiangjing? Ordinary people buying a car was simple, but getting a Jiangjing license plate was not so easy. She lowered her head to unlock her phone. The simultaneous deployment of luxury cars also drew everyone's attention. The last crackdown in Yunxiao district had stirred up a buzz that hadn't yet subsided, and with these cars taking to the streets today, marketing accounts began speculating again. The moment Bai Xiaoqi opened her video app, there was a message from a marketing account. What's with Jiangjing today? All luxury cars are out? The video was a compilation. 7 or 8 luxury cars flooded into an old street, and Bai Xiaoqi saw the name of that street, Tall Street. Below, people were guessing. The top-liked comment read, "Today I'm lost." Image, don't bother. Today is an old gentleman's grand birthday celebration. Even the guests at the door are of the caliber of chief executive officers of Zhongxing. The IP showed Jiangjing. 29 Laos Street. After paying respects to the old patriarch, Su Juling came back to change into another set of clothes, preparing to greet the guests. "She's really not coming?" he asked as he changed into a long robe. "Yes." Gao Yan was also at a loss, dressed in a body-hugging cheongsam and holding a green jade teacup. "I've told her 3 times already." Gao Yan thought for a moment and decided to give Bai Lian a call. "Auntie." Bai Lian was already at the train station by then. She stood at the entrance with heavy foot traffic, waiting for Yang Lin. Gao Yan's voice was very gentle. "Today at home we've invited a chef from Kongyu Tower, whose forebears were imperial chefs in the palace. The snacks and dishes they make are really delicious. You can just come and eat something in my courtyard. You won't see other people." "No, thank you," Bai Lian declined. "I'm waiting for my classmate." "Your classmate is also welcome to come." "Okay then, have a good time." Gao Yan ended the call, exchanging a look with Su Juling. At least Gao Yan had met Bai Lian, whereas Su Juling hadn't even seen her. He wasn't as familiar with Jiang Fulai as Gao Yan was, and didn't dare to meet Bai Lian rashly. Outside the Su family gate, the Mu family's car also stopped. Mu Yining was dressed in smart attire, with a young man on her left and Ji Xiaojun and Ren Wanxian on her right. The Su family's gatehouse was very tall, and the 2 stone lions outside were extremely imposing. 2 rows of black-clothed bodyguards stood on either side, their attentive demeanor leaving no doubt that they could pull a gun from their pockets at a moment's notice. The large space in front of the gate was filled with parked cars. It was grand yet solemn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning into the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.